Okay. So I've been thinking a lot about this Henry Tenon guy. And I really don't think he did this. And then I went on to look at some other stuff. And at first I was thinking, okay, I think that that they told him, look, you were an accomplice in this, let's just say this, and that if you take this deal and you implicate these other people, you'll only get 15 years. And that's what you would get for driving in the getaway car or whatever. So I didn't know whether they did that. But then I've come across even some more troubling information. So let me just show you something. Let me see here. That's not the thing that I want. This one. Okay, so during a January 13th hearing, Henry Tenon told the judge he wanted to bring his false testimony to her attention. That's Judge Kite, right? And that he needed, she stopped him right then and there and said, look, you need to speak with your attorney, and removed him from the courtroom. The next day, there were documents showing that a meeting took place between Henry Tenon and his attorney, Alan Chipperfield. Assistant State Attorneys Alan Mizrahi and Christina Stifler, as well as the State Attorney investigator Casey Bennett. Tenon pled guilty to being the shooter in what prosecutors say was an elaborate plan to kill Jared Bridegan. As part of his deal, he agreed to testify in the trial against Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez. But during the January 14th meeting, Tenon expressed doubts about his plea agreement and cooperation with the authorities. He initially tried to say he had only confessed to the crime in order for the police to interview and arrest Fernandez. Then he said the state would learn that he was innocent. Mizrahi told Tenon that it did not make sense for Tenon to confess to a crime he didn't commit in order to prove he didn't commit it. Mizrahi then went on to outline the evidence in the case pointing to Tenon's guilt, including Tenon's DNA on the tire placed in the road before the shooting. Video surveillance and cell phone data place him there. Yeah, I'm saying he put the tire there. I don't think he pulled the trigger on this at all. Mizrahi asked Tenon what led to his statements in the courtroom the day before and whether someone had threatened him or paid him. And Tenon denied that any of that had happened. Concerns were raised about a possible outside influence on Tenon while he was in jail, but he denied being threatened or paid off. Investigators also questioned whether his family was facing harassment because Tenon said he couldn't get a hold of his daughter and he wanted to make sure she was all right. According to the document, Tenon expressed he was second-guessing his decision to cooperate because he believed his cooperation wouldn't matter, and despite it, he would have nonetheless be sentenced to life. Tenon expressed hopelessness about his future, stating he was already 64 years old. Mizrahi related the terms of his negotiated plea would allow Tenon to request and potentially be granted mercy at his sentencing hearing. Tenon was reminded that if he had been tried and found guilty, he would face a minimum of life in prison, as opposed to the sentencing plea, a minimum of 15 years and a maximum of life in prison. Mizrahi also reminded Tenon of how he had expressed remorse about killing Bridegan, how he cried when he spoke about the baby in Bridegan's car, and how he expressed he wanted to do the right thing. The assistant state attorney Stifler, who has been involved in the case since the night of the murder, reminded Tenon that his previous statements contained details that only the true perpetrator would know. She also noted that Tenon's remorse for the crime could play a role in the court's sentencing decision. Bridegan's family, she said, appreciated his willingness to take responsibility. At the conclusion of the meeting, Tenon reaffirmed his cooperation in the case and promised to apologize to the judge for his outburst. In other court filings, the state attorney's office
responded to Gardner's motion asking for sanctions due to what her defense says were discovery violation. Okay, I'm not interested in that. This is not. There was something else I was looking at. I believe, yeah, he was there. Yes, he was there with the tire, but something's wacko. Let me see here. Okay, this is what I want to show you. Prosecutor said they had nothing to share with the defense team. On Thursday, prosecutors released a detailed account of the meeting that appeared to contradict Mizrahi's claim. The new information shows that Tenon previously confessed to killing Bridegan, making claims of innocence. Such statements must by law be disclosed to defendants. Tenon is one of 3 defendants charged with the murder of Jared Bridegan. Tenon confessed to being the hitman and agreed to testify against 2 accused of plotting the murder: Bridegan's ex-wife Shanna and her new husband Mario. Both have pleaded not guilty. The newly released information includes a 7-page account of the January 14th meeting between Tenon and his attorney. According to the document, Tenon repeated stunning claims of innocence, which he'd initially expressed at a court hearing the day before. He said he confessed and implicated Fernandez Saldana only so prosecutors would question the other man and learn that Tenon was not guilty. And I believe that. He could have thought something like that, right? He could have thought, well, if I say it and then they question the other guy, they're going to find out that he did this. We don't know what kind of IQ this man has, but I don't think he's a liar. He also said he'd never heard of the Nalkati neighborhood where he was allegedly to have plotted this crime. The records released also include detailed notes taken at the meeting by Tenon's public defender, Al Chipperfield. They detail the type and tenor of influence prosecutors exerted on their key witness, reminding him that he'd face the death penalty if he recanted. Say they're scaring this guy. Okay, you want to do this, you really want to do this, you can get the death penalty. You want that? They offered to move him to a different jail facility if he was concerned for his safety, and reminded him of the tearful remorse he'd previously expressed for killing Bridegan in front of his 2-year-old daughter. He could have had that remorse because of feeling when he put the tire there, he helped this. Didn't mean that he shot and killed him. Any information that might bolster a defendant's case, so-called Brady material, must be turned over to defendants in a process known as discovery. The Circuit Judge London Kite reminded Mizrahi of this at the February 7th hearing, citing the prosecutor obligation to disclose any statements of a co-defendant. We understand the rules, Mizrahi responded. We will always disclose what we need to disclose in the course of this case. Let's see. This is not the first time that defendants have raised questions about the timely release of information. After Tenon stunned the court in January by appearing to recant his confession, his co-defendants, who were not at the hearing, were not immediately notified. An unlabeled transcript of his comments was included with dozens of other documents days later. It was the January transcript that prompted Gardner and Fernandez Saldana's defense attorneys to seek any related discovery, including any and all related to the context of the false testimony. And there was one other thing that, hold on a minute. Okay, this is what I want.
Prosecutors also claim that they were angry on his behalf, saying he was being picked on, the fall guy for white rich people. Gardner's, okay, let me see here. Prosecutors also claimed they were angry on his behalf, saying he was being picked on as the fall guy for white rich people. Gardner is white and the daughter of multimillionaires. Doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. It's weird. Let's watch the rest of it. I don't think he did the shooting. Okay. You know the sound is going to go in and out. When you don't hear sound, it's not your sound. It's they're redacting it. Let me see who's here. I'm going to go back to the... Hi, Frilly Farmhouse. Hi, MSL. How are you guys? Where's all our chatty chatters? Shoot, my thing is... Yeah, 15 years is a long time if you're 64, right? Hold on 1 second. Just want to do that for a sec. I'll put that right back up. Hold on. Just looking up some stuff over here. I want to get those papers. I know they said they threw it in with the other discovery, which seems to be what they did here.
I said respect, I meant it. I give you the same respect you give me. You've been respectful to me. I haven't raised my voice at you. I haven't you raised your voice at me. We've disagreed. We know we're not on the same page, but we both know we can get there. We both know that. I know you.
everything, his body language and everything, he's open. He didn't do this. He might have done the tire, but I don't know fully if he knew what was going on there. I don't know what. So they have his DNA on the tire. Big deal. Those are his tires. Why wouldn't his DNA be on them? And I really could see him saying, well, he'd think maybe if I tell him that I did it when they question Fernandez, they'll find out he did it, and then they'll find out I'm innocent. I hate that this whole thing is freaking redacted like this. He looks them right in the eye. I can't believe this whole thing is redacted. This is ridiculous. They're showing him another picture. And they're pointing the finger at him, and they're getting loud. And that's totally intimidating. This is ridiculous. His hand in his face. You can answer the right way, and your life will be safe. You answer the wrong way, and you're going to get the death penalty. That's probably what he's saying. You did this. You know you did this. There isn't anybody else that did this. This puts you right here. Hi, Megan Els. You're driving? Hi, Peggy O. Oh, thank you, Peggy O. Appreciate that. My gosh, put the sound on. I'm so furious that they don't have the sound on. When this trial's over and they put it out with the sound, probably going to be outraged. See, you see this guy, I'm gonna do this guy's, yeah, you. He's got the picture again. You did this. See how he's pointed on him? You did this. You did it. You did it. You know you did it. He knows you did it. You did this. You're not gonna get away with this. You did this. So you want to go play the hard way? Good. You'll go get the death penalty. Now we're giving you a chance. We're giving you a chance. You could save your life today. You did this, see? Everything, him places, and he's like, no, Crazy. See, this guy's getting all upset because he just wants to get this over with and get the freak out of here. Go ahead, pick up the paper again. Tell him he did it again. Tell him he did it. You got his DNA there. It's in the car. It's on the guy. Two, you're gonna go, yeah, you'll just be dead. That's not gonna be my life, it's gonna be your life. Go ahead, shove the paper in his face again. You did it. You did it. Come on now. You know you did this. We got your DNA. There's been no sound twisted, but I read some stuff that's about the him saying it's false testimony, and I really do think it is. He thought that they had him convinced or something that if he confessed to this and then they got Mario, then once they questioned Mario, it would show that he was innocent, that Henry was innocent, and I believe that. And then they were like, oh, it's bad. We'll go through the report. And they're just badgering the hell out of him, throwing the photos in his face. And he hasn't wavered on how he has been acting. So this is crazy. This is really crazy. It was over 5.5 hours that they interrogated him.
Nothing else I can give you.
Okay, let me see now what happens. We're going to have a little sound maybe.
Ain't nothing else I can give you. I don't think I need an attorney.
There's nothing else I can give you, and I think I need an attorney. Yeah, Barbara, that's not redacted, honey. his way, and they're going to leave him in here for an hour by himself. Okay, he told them, there's nothing else I can give you, and I think I need an attorney. They didn't get him an attorney. Hey, Jesse. And then that cop's banging the chair, being real nasty, and now they're going to try to coerce something out of him. It's ridiculous. Now they're just going to put music on or whatever, but they're going to make him sit in there. Just sit in there. Oh, we'll just let him sit in there and think, right? No, he didn't do this. He said he confessed so that they would get Fernandez and then find out he didn't do this when they questioned Fernandez. And then they said, oh, that's really stupid to do. Why would you ever do that? I'll read it to you. Hold on. Now he's falling asleep, right? Because he's been there 5 freaking hours sitting in the same freaking chair. You know what I just thought of? Did they ever do a bullet trajectory on the shooter? Okay, because this guy seems very tall and Fernandez is very, very short. They should be able to see by where, I wonder if they can see anything about, well, that those blood spatter experts and stuff, remember how they were saying they know how tall a person is or where the bullet's coming from, or it's ridiculous.
Put them together like you're praying, sir.
Palms together.
Put your palms together. Palms together like you're praying. With the handcuffs, it's easier that way for you.
Like this? Can you put your palms together?
There you go.
That's it. That's ridiculous. Okay, so now let's go back to the files. Before we go back to the files, hold on a minute. I have some phone calls here, audio files. Hold on a minute. And one from Henry Tenon. I want to put that one on. Hang on, I just have to open my video editor to play these audios. Okay. Jared. All right, let's see where I've got Henry. Let's see what this is like.
Hey.
This is Detective Lamont with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department. Currently located at 5239 Potomac Avenue. I'm currently speaking with...
Oh, shoot. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. When I closed out of that window, I didn't realize that. Hold on a minute. Sorry. Wait a second. I'm going to put this over here so you can hear the phone call and I can look at something.
Henry Tenon. Okay. So basically, man, we're just trying to do our due diligence, talk to all of the people associated with the case. Obviously, I explained to you that Mario's married to our victim's ex-wife. So I just wanted to get a little bit of background on what you know about Mario.
Shoot, other than you own this place?
How long have you known him?
Probably about
4 years?
3.5 maybe.
So you've been renting here that long?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I got you. Have there been any other tenants that lived with you while you were here?
No, not while I was here.
No. Okay. So basically, you live here and then
We moved in.
I got you.
When I come back here to talk to me, I'm still a friend. When I come back here and working and do stuff like that,
I got you,
I
man.
bounce in with him for a minute. Then me and my dog going again.
Yeah. What kind of dog you got, man?
Lad.
Gotta have a good dog, right?
Yeah.
Good dog, man.
That thing there, I didn't want it when I got it.
Yeah.
But it was a puppy, and my daughter, she was moving out of my dad's house in Georgia, going to Indiana.
Okay.
And called me up on Friday night, told me that she left him tied in the yard.
Oh, man.
So they jumped in this thing here and went up there.
That's a good thing, man.
Yeah.
That's a good dude right there.
Yeah, he was probably about a year long.
Yeah.
About that, huh? And he's been with me ever since.
Hey, that's it, man. That's the best friend, right?
Yep.
How'd you find the property?
Huh?
How'd you find the property when you started renting it?
Actually, I was looking at some other things, and when I first moved in here, there was a couple of females living here. One of them had a spot that she wanted somebody to rent.
I got you.
And the next thing I know, she couldn't pay her rent, so she had to go. So I ended up getting the whole room.
Nice. I got you.
And it went from there.
All right. So you said, I'm sorry, just real quick. You said you about 3 years you rented from Mario?
Yeah.
About 3 years. Okay. When you lived here with him, how'd you make your payments with him? Was it cash, check, cash? He'd come by and get it, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he ever come by with anybody, or was it just him?
Every once in a while, you have a female with him.
What she
never
look
got a
like?
good look at her because the one was always tinted.
I got you. Do you know if she was like a white male, a white female, black female, Hispanic female?
I don't know. All I know is I can tell from the hair and the features through the tint that it was a female.
I got you, man.
What color she was, I have no idea.
I got you, man. Well, you know, I'd try, right? How often would Mario visit the property?
Probably once a month, unless something broke, he came by and did what he could to fix it.
I got you. Would he fix it, or did he have like a maintenance guy?
He was fixing that with a guy named...
You know what he looked like? How often would
Came by probably 3 times while I was here.
Okay. What kind of vehicle did you drive? Is that the only vehicle you ever saw him come up in?
Yep.
Okay. I got you. Just out of curiosity, man, like, what are you doing for a living right now?
Recycling pallets.
Recycling pallets? There's good money in that, man.
For the past 30 years.
Yeah.
I've been pushing trying to start my own line, but man, it's hard.
Yeah, it is,
Everything
man.
just keep it going down. If you do get something started, it costs so much money to keep it going, and you look like you ain't got nothing.
It's all about money.
Go and get on somebody else's payroll.
It's easier sometimes, man. It really is. It really is. Out of curiosity, man, when you were living here, did he ever talk about his personal life or anything like that? No. Okay.
Not to me, anyway.
Yeah. Did you are you still in communication with him for any reason?
No.
No. When's the last time you talked to him?
I talked to Mario. I think it was back in May.
May.
I glimpsed him one time when I came down. He had come over to see, and that was briefly.
Yeah. Back in May.
I think it was in May.
May.
I think it was in June. Had to be.
Did Mario ever, I mean, I don't know how well you know him, man, so I know I'm kind of asking questions that might be out of your purview, but when you knew him, like, was there anybody that seemed like he trusted more than anybody else? Someone that he would confide in, or you know, have him take care of stuff?
Yeah, he was always a rush guy. He'd come in, get his money.
Yeah.
Don't.
Did you ever see him get, you know, I don't know, violent or aggressive or anything like that?
No.
No. Could you see him?
He never had no reason to. I guess.
Yeah.
He'd come get his money, and that was it. He said, "I'll see you later."
Yeah.
Have a problem? Give me a call.
I got you.
And then when the well went out back, I gave him a call, and next thing you know, got a new well.
Yeah.
A new motor for the well. But I had to install it.
Well, it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at least you got water to the house.
Okay. That was the main thing there, to get the water in the house.
You gotta have water, man. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you could think of that might be important for me, man? Just anything you might have seen with him?
Nothing that I've seen
Okay.
to lead to maybe a connection to an incident like that.
Yeah.
I ain't never got aggressive around me with nobody.
I got you.
Not even the company I had.
You got bad company or?
No. Only thing he ever did was like, say, "Damn, she fine."
Oh, I got you.
I said, "Shh." Owns up.
You like the ladies, huh?
You know, like that, yo.
I got you. All right, man. Well, listen, I don't got no other questions, man. I really appreciate you talking to me. You mind if I give you a card?
No.
All right.
Okay. So that's his deal. Now, let me see. 5-2. Hold on one second. trying to get a document up here. Okay, let me get something right here. Interception and recording. 1 second. Interception and recording. Okay, it's shortly before 8 p.m. on Wednesday, February 16, 2022, Jared Bridegan was murdered in what is best described as a contract murder or a hit. Immediately before his murder, Bridegan was driving home on a dark, isolated road named Sanctuary Boulevard. Hold on, I just want to make sure you guys are here. Hold on. Okay. Sanctuary Boulevard with his 2-year-old daughter. He stopped, put on his hazard lights, and stepped out to remove a large tire lying in the roadway. It was then that he was shot multiple times. Casings were recovered from the crime scene. Other than the murderers and the victim, the only other witnesses to this murder was Bridegan's 2-year-old daughter, who told Child Protection Team investigators that a man came up to the car. She heard boom, 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 and then Daddy hit the ground. Without context, Bridegan's murder appears to be completely random. He was not armed. There is no evidence of a struggle. His murderers did not steal his wristwatch, his wedding ring, his phone, his money, or his wallet. Bridegan's truck was not stolen, and his daughter was unharmed physically. In contrast to the stark randomness of the murder, there are relationships, circumstances, and investigative facts and evidence suggesting Bridegan's murder was anything but random. Instead, the investigation reveals Bridegan's murder is the culmination of events that began on February 23, 2015, when his wife at the time, Shanna Gardner, filed for divorce. For reasons that will be outlined in greater detail, the investigation has identified 5 people likely involved in a conspiracy to murder Jared Bridegan. Shanna Gardner, Mario Fernandez Saldana, somebody they're not naming, Henry Tenon. Through the investigation, it became clear Gardner possessed a motive to murder Bridegan, whom she met and married in 2010. At the time, both were devout Mormons. They produced twins. Born in 2013, they relocated to Northeast Florida because of a medical condition that required one of the twins to live at sea level. While they shared their Mormon faith when they were married, Gardner either began to leave or abandon her faith around the time she and Bridegan divorced and into her second marriage. After her divorce, Shanna married Mario Fernandez Saldana in April 2018. By her admission to law enforcement and others, her marriage to Fernandez Saldana was one of convenience. She told police she did not know him well when they married. She wanted him to help with the kids, but knew that Bridegan would not allow it unless she was married. Like Gardner, Bridegan remarried. Bridegan and his new wife, Kirsten, were married in 2017 and had 2 children. Kirsten agreed to raise their children in the Mormon faith, unlike Shanna. 2 weeks before the murder on January 24th, 2022, Bridegan sent Gardner an email telling her he was planning to have one of the twins baptized in the Mormon church. Their twin daughter started to favor Bridegan and his new wife, Kirsten, and wished to be more involved in the Mormon faith. Fernandez Saldana confirmed to police this was a contentious relationship between Bridegan and Gardner and between himself and Bridegan. A relative of Bridegan's told police that Gardner commented in 2017 about hiring a hitman to take Bridegan out. Multiple witnesses said that Gardner hated Bridegan and was frustrated by their custody agreements and their differences in parenting choices. Gardner told police she would only communicate with Bridegan through text messages and would not interact with him during their child exchanges. Fernandez Saldana said the kids were better off with Bridegan out of the picture. He told police that he and Gardner were trying to gain majority, if not full, custody of the twins because they were tired of consulting with Bridegan. Along with her motive, Gardner's new husband and his associates provided her with a means to murder Bridegan. Fernandez Saldana owns a rental property at 5239 Potomac Avenue in the Biltmore neighborhood of Jacksonville that he sold in October of 2022. Fernandez Saldana's associates, Tenon and somebody else, knew one another, and Fernandez Saldana from the Potomac Avenue house and Tenon were, it's all redacted. Surveillance of Sanctuary Boulevard shows that vehicles freely passed through Sanctuary Boulevard before the murder, suggesting the tire in the roadway was a ruse to get Bridegan to stop. The tire belonged to a 2004 Ford 150 Laureate. Tenon drove a blue 2004 Ford 150 Lariat truck. His DNA has been identified on the tire recovered from the road on which Bridegan was murdered, and Tenon admitted to owning the tire when shown a picture of it. Investigators gathered surveillance video from the area of the murder, and it revealed the presence of a blue Ford 150 pickup truck. Tenon was shown surveillance pictures of the truck near the homicide scene and confirmed it was his truck. A surveillance picture of the truck before the homicide showed an item in the truck's bed. When shown this photograph, Tenon confirmed a spare tire in the truck bed. Additionally, the surveillance video revealed the truck traveling to and from the area of the murder about an hour before the murder, suggesting the driver might have been practicing the route. Security camera footage showed the truck driving in front of Bridegan's car approximately 5 minutes before the murder and attempting to create space between the truck and Bridegan's car, presumably in an attempt to time the placement of the tire so to block Bridegan and no other drivers. Cell phone records connect the conspirators as well. Toll records show a significant increase in contact immediately before and after the murder compared to the otherwise sporadic contact between them in the 6 weeks before the murder. Phone contacts between Fernandez Saldana and a redacted person show a high number of contacts leading up to the murder and after the murder. The day before the murder, Fernandez Saldana called and sent texts to someone, Tenon, and someone else. On the night of the murder, there were periods during which the phones of Fernandez Saldana, Tenon, and someone else were not communicating with their corresponding networks, a noticeable data omission that was markedly different from the normal usage records, suggesting the phones were turned off or placed in airplane mode, not to send or receive calls or messages. Tenon was known to carry 2 phones. On the night of the murder, both phones in data location gaps that began before 6 p.m. and indicated the phones being turned off or placed in airplane mode. One of Tenon's phones resumed connectivity about 40 minutes after the murder in the area of Beaches Baptist Hospital, which is about 1.4 miles from the murder scene. The 2 phones attempted to contact each other during this time frame. Location data confirmed the phones were physically separated. Appian believes the evidence indicates that Tenon was on foot in possession of one of his phones, seeking to connect back to the truck where his other phone was. In reviewing Tenon's cell phone location data, 2 dates in January 2022, January 5th and January 29th, suggest Tenon drove to Jacksonville Beach in a strikingly similar route as the one used by Bridegan on the evening of the murder. About 45 days after the murder, Tenon deposited 3 checks written to him by Fernandez Saldana. One for $2,000 deposited on March 28th, the second for $3,000 deposited on March 29th, and the third was for $5,000 deposited on April 4th. So let's just say he's going to wait. He's going to kill a guy. Henry Tenon is going to kill someone on February 16th, and he's going to wait till March 28th to get paid, and then get paid $2,000. Tenon's account generally held less than $400 and was overdrawn. These deposits were abnormal when compared to his financial history. The checks were written on an account held by First Choice Home Rentals, LLC. Gardner and Fernandez Saldana are the listed owners. First Choice Home Rentals receives incoming transfers from Gardner's trust account, which her parents fund. During a search warrant executed at Fernandez Saldana's Potomac Avenue address, police recovered a safe belonging to redacted person holding $2,000 cash, which was substantially more money than the redacted person typically had based on investigation. One of Tenon's phones was recovered from the address during the warrant. An audio recording was recovered from that phone, which captured a conversation between someone and Tenon, and in the recording, Tenon was heard discussing a money transfer to someone and Tenon's brother. Tenon explained that he was waiting for $5,000 to clear from the bank and he would pay someone with that money. The recording occurred 2 days after Tenon deposited the $5,000 check he received from Fernandez Saldana. Finally, someone redacted and Fernandez Saldana have known each other for many years. Fernandez Saldana dated someone's daughter in high school. Well, we know in here, isn't that the person says it's their daughter? So is that another co-conspirator? Is a former reserve police officer and convicted felon. Oh, that's that Biggerstaff, right? Biggerstaff? That's who is that? That's his, right? Okay. Admitted to law enforcement that he owned a 10mm caliber gun, but he didn't know where it was. The 10mm caliber was used to murder Bridegan. Google data showed that Redacted had searched for, the Biggerstaff had searched for something, because we read that article, not interview, I'm sorry. In addition to Gardner's move to murder Bridegan and the means to do so, Fernandez Saldana and his associates had the unique opportunity to murder him. Well, why wouldn't he get Biggerstaff? Okay. If he's going to get somebody else to murder Jared, is he going to get someone like Henry, who doesn't have guns, who has that shotgun that's rusted, that he can't even figure out what to do with it? He doesn't have other guns. He uses a bow and arrow. Didn't he say that when he goes hunting? Or is he going to take a chance on that? Or is he going to try with a guy, maybe like this Biggerstaff guy, that's got guns, obviously has experience with guns, and owns a 10mm gun? Or is he going to get Henry to use a gun he's never used and just hope that he pulls that off? No, that doesn't sound right at all. I think Henry was there as to take the fall, be a decoy, okay? He'll put the tire there. He probably didn't even know what the hell he was doing. What if they told him we were just playing a prank on one of our friends? You just put a tire in the roadway. Okay, this sounds really weird. So, okay, sounds like they still have to maybe pick up some people. 10mm caliber was used. Okay, let's see what we got. In addition to Gardner's motive to murder Bridegan and the means to do so, Fernandez Saldana and his associates had the unique opportunity to murder him. Every other Wednesday night, Bridegan had dinner with the twins from his marriage with Gardner and brought his 2-year-old daughter so she could get to know her half-siblings. On the night of his murder, Bridegan dropped off the twins at his ex-wife's home in Jacksonville Beach after dinner, and then he headed to his own home in Nocatee. Fernandez Saldana and Gardner knew Bridegan's dinner schedule with his daughter. They knew when he would be coming to get his daughters and when he would be returning them, daughter and son, not daughters. They also knew the route he would take to pick them up and the route he would take after returning the twins. Gardner and Fernandez Saldana's Jacksonville Beach residence was the last place that Bridegan was seen alive before he was murdered. Gardner and Fernandez Saldana both knew of Bridegan's particular driving pattern and routine at approximately the same time every Wednesday date night. The routine was a habit between the two couples for the previous 8 months. By 2022, and at the time of Bridegan's murder, Gardner and Fernandez Saldana were planning to divorce. Yes, see, I told you. Even advising such to the twins' school. In reviewing financial records, investigators discovered the majority of Gardner's income came through an irrevocable trust that Gardner's parents funded. Fernandez Saldana is the listed trustee. Okay? Shelley and Sterling Gardner put Mario Fernandez Saldana as the trustee on the family trust, something they didn't even do to any of their other son-in-laws. Interesting. Okay, so what were Sterling and Shelley doing? Were they hiring the hitman? That's why a lot of demonstrators are disgusted by their relationship with this company. Hello, Denise. All right, so then we have Fernandez Saldana is the listed trustee. The trust language provides, when our daughter Shanna shall have no further legal entanglements with her ex-husband, Jared Bridegan, she may elect to serve as trustee. Okay, so they got that, right? No, look at you telling me Shelley and Sterling? Shelley and Sterling wrote that? When Shanna shall have no further legal entanglements with her ex-husband, Jared Bridegan, she may elect to serve as trustee. That would mean if he was killed, then she's back to the trustee on her account. That doesn't sound suspicious at all, Sterling and Shelley. Gardner and Fernandez Saldana have publicly, through legal counsel and the media, said they lived together as a married couple, but surveillance has revealed that they are separated and living in different states. Very interesting, isn't it? Is this why Shelley was so happy? Because this was a hitman she was hiring, not a son-in-law? Did this Shelley and Sterling have the perfect plan? Interesting. Makes you think. Fernandez Saldana is currently living in Orlando, Florida, and Gardner has moved to the state of Washington. She is currently living in a home valued over $1 million that an LLC owned by her parents has purchased. Stepping up and paying for her new house over there in Washington before she was divorced. Though she has not yet obtained a Washington state driver's license, she has enrolled the twins in school. Her Jacksonville Beach home is not currently on the market, nor has it been leased. It sits empty. Of course, they don't need money. They're multimillionaires. And I'm sure that's where Shelley and Sterling, are they back in that house now? On February 23rd, 2022, 1 week after Bridegan's murder and precisely 7 years after she filed for the dissolution of their marriage, a suggestion of death appeared in the records of their dissolution case with the St. Johns County Clerk of Court. By all accounts, in the months and years preceding the murder, Shanna wanted to leave the state of Florida with her children. However, Her dissolution decree prevented her from leaving the state permanently with her children without an agreement from Bridegan or a court order. With Bridegan's death, she became free to leave the state with her children, which she has done, and with no legal entanglements with her ex-husband, she is now back to the trustee of her trust fund. The investigation has not yielded any evidence of who among the suspects pulled the trigger. There we go. The investigation has not yielded evidence of who among the suspects pulled the trigger to kill Bridegan, and no arrests have yet been made. However, JBPD, Jacksonville Beach Police Department, has prepared an arrest warrant for Henry Tenon for conspiracy to commit murder, second-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and child abuse, and here seeks a wire intercept order allowing the capture of communications of and between the suspects. Once the requested wire intercept is in effect, law enforcement intends to deploy a strategy designed to trigger communications between and or among the suspects. These investigative efforts will culminate with the Jacksonville Beach PD publicizing and hosting a press event announcing the arrest of Henry Tenon. Jacksonville Beach Police Department will issue a formal press advisory to all media outlets and provide the date and time of the press event and tease the event on various social media platforms. These efforts will inevitably generate broad public reach as Bridegan's murder has received international media attention and garnered intense public interest. Hold on one second here. I gotta fix one thing here. Hold on. Okay. What did I do with that? Okay. Better. Get back to the chat. Okay. So, I'm trying to get back to the chat, but it's not giving me, okay, there it is. And it's too small, so I can't see you guys. Hold on. Okay. That's better. All right. So is everybody following this? I hope so. This is scary. Now, so they're going to wiretap them and stuff. Now, based on communication patterns of the 5 suspects, before the murder and since, law enforcement expects that when Jacksonville Beach Police Department publicizes the press event and then announces the arrest of Tenon, the suspects will communicate with each other about the murder, the investigation, and Tenon's arrest. It is the objective of this wire intercept to discern the details of the role each played in the conspiracy, and law enforcement expects that the wire intercept will capture communications of evidentiary value to the case. So they have no idea that if Tenon pulled a trigger. So if they were sitting at that interview and saying that to him, that's completely false. They have no idea who did this. Tenon is currently incarcerated in the DCJ on unrelated charges during other significant points. So they kept him in there under charges. He told them, there's nothing I can give to you. I think I need a lawyer, right? So yeah, they just let him stew in there for an hour and then put him in jail on unrelated charges. During other significant points in the investigation, including law enforcement contact, various law enforcement officers, interviews, the release of information to the public, and the arrest of Tenon, communication between and among the target suspects has escalated. Okay, this is just for permission to record them. Tenon is currently incarcerated in the Duval County Jail on unrelated charges. So, affiant seeks to intercept communications for 4 target subjects. Okay, there's Mario Saldana, Shanna Gardner, and then you've got 2 other people, right? These target suspects also have links to Henry Tenon, who is involved but is not a target subject of this application since he is currently in custody on unrelated charges without possession of a cell phone or communications device. The nature and location of these facilities from which or the places where the communications are to be intercepted are described as the communications facilities or telephone service equipment which are leased to, listed in the name of, or subscribed to, or commonly used by the person or person's name below. Okay. So you've got a target telephone. Okay. Now let's look at Fernandez. Fernandez Saldana is a target subject of this homicide investigation. He's currently married to, though separated from, Gardner. The evidence indicating Fernandez Saldana's involvements is detailed below. Fernandez Saldana's criminal history. Jurisdiction: Federal Army. Date: January 9th, 2018. Charge: look at that. Forcible S-OMI S.A. Fernandez Saldana was charged with forcible S-OMI and S.A. for forcing a recruit under his charge while in his position as a drill instructor in the U.S. Army. The charges were dropped and he was discharged less than honorably. Okay. Target telephone, yada, yada, yada. That's Shanna. Let's see what Shanna's got. Shanna's got this, her address. She's a target subject. Ex-wife of Bridegan, was married to Fernandez Saldana at the time of Bridegan's murder. And her beach residence was the last place Bridegan was seen alive before he was murdered. Shanna had a motive, as further detailed below, to have Bridegan killed. Shanna has no known criminal history. Then there's a target phone for the 3rd one and 4th one. And a target phone 5. Okay, at the time of this writing, the phone was active. Okay. So here's this redacted person as a target subject and is a close associate of Fernandez Saldana of more than 15 years and has frequent phone and in-person contact with Fernandez on the day before, day of, and day after. He has lied to law enforcement about redacted. He is former military. He was terminated from his duties due to a federal prosecution. That's bigger stuff, right? Now, who's this? Target telephone, someone here is a target subject of this homicide investigation, believed to have a role in the homicide based in the witness statements and phone records. They lied to law enforcement during the investigation. Jurisdiction: Massachusetts. Simple battery. Who's that? Which one is that? Okay, more than 17 search warrants have been obtained and executed in this case. Undercover activities: Affian has attempted 2 covert operations, 2 controlled calls between some person and Mario, and 2 electronic surveillance of some person. Since the controlled call, the Affian has developed information to suggest that someone over here is more involved than originally believed to be, and unlikely to steer a conversation toward implicating himself or the other target subjects. the use of the electronic surveillance failed as someone, redacted, continued to deny knowledge or involvement in the homicide. At this juncture in the investigation, affiant knows of no other friends or family members of the target subjects that could approach the target subjects without drawing suspicion, or to whom the target subjects would be likely to give information given the undercover, given the close and secretive nature of the target subjects. Sending more civilians undercover could potentially present a danger. Therefore, the use of further undercover activities is dangerous and unlikely to succeed in achieving the investigative objectives of this application. Grand jury subpoenas. Affiant believes that Fernandez, Saldana, Gardner, redacted, and redacted will retain their respective target phones for which this application relates. However, should Fernandez, Saldana, and Gardner, somebody else or an associate, seek new telephone numbers or some change in telephone equipment as related to the target telephone, it's requested that the court's authorization apply not only to the 10-digit number listed above for the respective target telephone, but to the electronic serial number. Okay, so let's see, they've got their surveillance on them. A leak to targeted media personnel will be made to inform them. Law enforcement source confirms that there has been an update or a break. And additional information is forthcoming regarding the homicide investigation of Bridegan. Affiant believes the leak will incite the target subjects to communicate with one another and potentially with outside persons. Okay. Let's see. Surveillance of the area showed vehicles passing down Sanctuary Boulevard. This is after the murder, just prior to the homicide, with no obstruction, slowing, or evasive maneuvers. Affiant believes the tire was placed in the roadway just before Bridegan's vehicle in order to get Bridegan to stop. There's the tire. At the murder scene, the door to Bridegan's vehicle was open, and there were bullet strikes to the interior of the vehicle. Casings, the location of the casings and the bullet strikes to the car, that the shooter came from the rear of Bridegan's car. Trajectory rods indicate that Bridegan was shot while his door was open. Bridegan's blood was found in the driver's seat. The 2-year-old child was interviewed by members of the child protection team. She stated that a man came up to the car. She heard boom, 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 and Daddy hit the ground. She denied that any argument took place or that any other vehicle was present nearby. Was she asked, was it a big man? Was it a little man? What color hair did the man have? What color skin did the man have? The circumstances of the murder is outlined in this affidavit. Okay. There is nothing of value notably missing from Bridegan or his car. In fact, Bridegan was still wearing his Apple Watch and wedding ring, and his phone and debit card were in his wallet. Affiant obtained footage from a Ring camera located on America Avenue, motion activated, which captured the murder from a distance. A gunshot and a muzzle flash were captured at 7:52 p.m. Shortly after the flash and shot, a figure moving in front of Bridegan's car walked past his headlights and then walked southbound on Sanctuary Boulevard for about 5 to 6 seconds before running out of view. Okay, so if they see that on there, that subject is walking in front of the headlights, can they get an idea of how big the person is, how tall the person is by where those headlights come up to them? The video is of insufficient quality to make any positive identification, and there were no noises loud enough to activate the camera. Okay. At the time of the murder, Bridegan lived there, let's see, St. Augustine in St. Johns County. Very litigious divorce. Okay, we know about her motive and everything, right? Stamping up. Throughout their marriage, the Gardners provided substantial financial support to Gardner and Bridegan. The Gardners gifted the mortgage of a home to them in 2011, amounting to almost $370,000. In 2013, Gardner redeemed an interest in one of the umbrella companies of Stamping Up for $440,000. Between 2011 and 2014, Gardner and Bridegan received cash gifts of $25,000 from the Gardners on several occasions. The Gardners also set up trusts for the twins in Bridegan's name. Okay, the dissolution of the marriage, and then their parenting plan called for restrictions of foreign and out-of-state travel, right? So she couldn't get out of Florida. She had a number of motives. She couldn't get out of Florida. He was bringing the kids up in the Mormon faith. The daughter was getting more and more involved in the Mormon faith. It was a litigious divorce, yada, 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 lots of things. Okay. Both Bridegan and Gardner remarried. September of 2019, the Gardners established an irrevocable trust. That's Shelley. Okay. In September of 2019, the Gardners established an irrevocable trust agreement with Mario Fernandez Saldana by creating the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust. In the trust agreement, the Gardners named Fernandez Saldana as the trustee. Why in the world? Why in the world would he be the trustee? Interesting. They established Shanna Gardner, her twin children, and any other children she might have after creating the trust as the trust's beneficiaries. The trust agreement gave the trustee significant latitude over the distribution of trust assets. If Fernandez Saldana were removed, died, was incapacitated, or resigned as a trustee, Gardner's sister, Shelley Brown, would be named successor. Isn't that weird? After listing additional successor trustees' choices in the event Shelley Brown declined to serve as trustee, the last paragraph says, furthermore, and notwithstanding the foregoing, when our daughter Shanna shall have no further legal entanglements with her ex-husband, Jared Bridegan, she may elect to serve as the trustee by delivering a signed and notarized document to the trustee then in office. Oh, isn't that convenient? Right? Very convenient. During interviews with the affiant, Gardner stated that she and Bridegan would only communicate via text message and would not personally interact during the exchange of the twins. Let's see. Gardner admitted to the affiant in a recorded interview that she and Fernandez Saldana did not know each other very well when they got married, and that she wanted him to help with the kids, but knew that Bridegan would only allow Fernandez Saldana's involvement if she were married to him. She described her marriage to Fernandez Saldana as one of convenience. A friend of Gardner told the affiant in a sworn statement that Gardner told her she only married Fernandez Saldana because it would look better in court for custody reasons if she was married, and that her parents would give her more money. Why were her parents giving her more money for that, huh? Multiple witnesses have indicated that Gardner professed her hate of Bridegan and voraciously voiced her frustration with their custody agreement and their differences in parenting choices. Up until the murder, Gardner shared equal custody of her children with Bridegan. Bridegan's family law attorney advised the affiant that Bridegan believed Gardner was attempting to build a case to get full custody of the children and had been coaching them. 2 weeks prior to the homicide, on January 24th, 2022, Bridegan sent Shanna an email advising her that he was planning to have one of the twins baptized in the Mormon church Witnesses indicated that Bridegan's twin daughter was beginning to favor Bridegan and Kirsten and wished to be more involved in the Mormon faith. Okay. Forensic download of Bridegan's phone on January 26, 2022 shows a text from Kirsten to Shanna on a group chat with Bridegan, Kirsten, Gardner, and Fernandez Saldana that indicate Shanna had reacted poorly to this news. In particular, the text read, "Child is a bit emotional after date night because she's under the impression you will not allow her to be baptized." A relative of Bridegan advised Affiant that Gardner had made a comment to him back in 2017 that she thought about hiring a hitman to take him, Bridegan, out. The witness stated he did not think much of the comment at the time, but did feel she was being serious. Currently, Gardner is living separately from Fernandez Saldana in Washington State, where she enjoys full custody of the twins in a home that was purchased by an LLC owned by Shelley Ann Sterling Gardner. In interviews with Affiant, Fernandez Saldana confirmed a very contentious relationship among Bridegan, himself, and Gardner, even stating the kids were better off with Bridegan out of the picture. Fernandez Saldana admitted to creating a confrontational environment for Bridegan by intentionally going to his door or standing at the end of the driveway when the kids were being dropped off. He further stated that at the time of the homicide, he and Gardner were attempting to gain majority, if not full, custody of the twins because they were tired of consulting Bridegan. He advised that he felt like the kids would be better off if Shanna had full custody or even 60-40. Fernandez Saldana had previously made comments about killing Bridegan. Specifically, a close friend of Shanna's advised in a sworn statement to the Affiant and the state attorney's office that Gardner had told her Mario made statements that he could get 4 guys to break into Bridegan's residence in the middle of the night and take care of him, and nobody would ever know. The witness also stated one evening while at dinner, she and Fernandez Saldana had a disagreement over how to handle her child, and during this encounter, Fernandez Saldana said to her, "You know, I've killed people before," a statement she understood to be a threat. Other than the trust fund, Gardner managed a small baking business and was listed as a co-owner in First Choice Home Rentals, LLC. However, the majority of her income came from the trust fund that was funded by her parents, Sterling and Shelley. Affiant reviewed financial records, apparently in an effort to keep Bridegan from gaining access to any of her trust funds and for Gardner to appear impecunious. She maintained very little money in her personal account and showed almost no personal income. She maintained very little money in her bank records confirmed that Shanna never maintained more than $2,500 in her personal accounts at any time between January 1st, 2021 and March 30th of 2022. But, as outlined above, Gardner had financial resources affording her the ability to hire and pay Fernandez Saldana to kill Bridegan. In stark contrast to her regular banking patterns, in April of 2022, Gardner's bank records indicated an excess of $200,000 in her personal accounts. At the time of Bridegan's murder, Fernandez Saldana had over $400,000 in his account. Oh, wow. Investigation further revealed that at the time of Bridegan's murder, Gardner and Fernandez Saldana were separated and planning to divorce. Well, maybe his services were done, right? Bridegan's current wife, Kirsten, advised that she spoke with the twins on February 17, 2022, the day after the homicide, and the twins inquired whether Bridegan had a will, which struck her as very odd. On February 23rd, 1 week after Bridegan's murder and precisely 7 years after she filed for dissolution of their marriage, a suggestion of death, Bridegan's death, appeared in the records of their dissolution case with the St. Johns County Clerk of Court. By all accounts, in the months and years preceding the murder, Gardner wanted to leave the state of Florida with her children. However, her dissolution decree prevented her from leaving the state permanently with her children without an agreement from Bridegan or a court order. With Bridegan's death, she's free to leave the state with her children, which she has done. Fernandez Saldana is currently living in Orlando, Florida. Gardner has moved to the state of Washington, though she has not obtained a Washington state driver's license. She has enrolled the twins in school. Her Jacksonville Beach home is currently not on the market, nor has it been leased. It sits empty. Financial records obtained 1/19/2023 indicate that Gardner has either closed or moved her trust account, which was previously with Navy Federal, to an unknown institution. She has, however, opened 5 new banking accounts, 3 in her own name and 2 in each of the twins' names, and these combined accounts hold almost $500,000. Fernandez Saldana currently has 3 accounts with Navy Federal with a total balance of more than $75,000. Phone records, real estate records, site location information, witness interviews, and suspect interviews confirm relationships between and among Fernandez Saldana, someone redacted, Tenon, people who affiant believes conspired to murder Jared, though the exact role that each played in Bridegan's murder has not yet been determined. See, they don't have it on Tenon. A combination of circumstantial and direct evidence connect all to the crime, and in some cases to the crime scene. Okay? Additional records indicate both incriminating communication patterns and device activity relevant to Bridegan's murder. Affiant believes that Mario Saldana enlisted Tenon and there's 3 other people that they have there, a trusted associate with police and military training, to assist in planning and executing the murder of Bridegan in order for Gardner and Fernandez Saldana to obtain full custody of the 9-year-old twins. Now, is he going to enlist somebody like Tenon, or is he going to enlist a trusted associate with police and military training? Okay. Affiant believes that Gardner provided monetary compensation to Mario Saldana, which he then used to compensate Tenon. Except Tenon doesn't have the majority of that money. Tenon only had 3 checks. Hi, Liza Ann. Tenon has already been detained on unrelated charges, and an arrest warrant application will also be sought on Tenon for the target offenses. Tenon denied, let's read this now, okay? This is about his interview, okay? Tenon denied having knowledge of the current whereabouts of the truck and claimed to have sold it to an unknown black male, even though he still had keys on a keychain. Affiant later recovered the suspect truck at the home of a family friend of Tenon, who advised that Tenon had brought the truck to store at his house. Affiant learned that Tenon had left the truck at the family friend's home in June of 2022, although he denied knowledge of its whereabouts in August. When Affiant recovered the vehicle in October of 2022, the family friend stated that it had been there for several months. Tenon was shown crime scene photographs of the tire and admitted ownership of it. His DNA was subsequently identified on the tire. During his interview, Tenon was shown still shots of surveillance of a suspicious truck present on the homicide scene, the suspect truck. He confirmed the suspect truck was his vehicle. He owned a 2004 Ford F-150 Lariat that he had inherited from his deceased father. The affiant learned that there was a single link connecting Tenon and Bridegan. Tenon and, redacted, and then Mario Saldana. Tenon also admitted knowing, another redacted, who came around the rental property with Fernandez Saldana. Another redacted person is a close associate of Saldana for more than 15 years. It is one of the investigative objectives of the wire intercept to trigger communications among some of the target suspects. The evidence. Let's see what the evidence. The evidence implicates each of the target suspects as outlined as follows. Once it was determined that Bridegan was targeted, a canvass was conducted for surveillance cameras. Surveillance footage from different home security doorbell cameras was obtained, and affiant was able to find video footage of Bridegan's vehicle, including footage of Bridegan taking the children to dinner and then driving through Wendy's. After Bridegan dropped the twins off at Gardner's residence, he drove the route depicted in the map below from pinpoint at Gardner's house to the pinpoint at the homicide scene, hereafter referred to as homicide route. Okay, now let's read this. Tenon at first stated someone took his truck without permission from the parking lot, and then later stated he left his keys in the vehicle purposely for an unknown person to use his truck. That sounds like that could be true. He later stated that he left the truck for a friend, Danny, at a prearranged time. He contradicted himself several times as to the purpose of loaning out the truck, changing his story from doing so for tile work to moving furniture to repossessing a car. 5239 Potomac Avenue, Jacksonville, Florida. Fernandez Saldana rented the property to Tenon and blah, 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 but sold the property in October of 2022. Affiant and members of Affiant's team canvassed that area for video surveillance, and while reviewing surveillance, Affiant identified a suspicious vehicle, the suspect truck, driving in front of Bridegan's vehicle on the route from Gardner's residence to the homicide scene, the homicide route. In one particular clip, the suspect vehicle began to tailgate the vehicle in front of it. Affiant believes this was an attempt for the suspect truck to create space between it and Bridegan's vehicle in order to have sufficient time to place the roof tire into the road. Surveillance showed no slowed or stopped vehicles or obstructions just prior to Bridegan stopping, indicating a plan to impact only his car. The suspect truck appeared to be a blue Ford F-150. It had a large item in the bed of the truck that the affiant believes to be similar to a spare tire. Upon expanding the time frame of the surveillance review to include the hours before the homicide, affiant discovered that the suspect truck had driven the homicide route, as will be shown below, approximately 1 hour prior to the murder. Specifically, the suspect truck was picked up by surveillance traveling eastbound on Beach Boulevard at 6:25 p.m. The suspect truck drove southbound on America Avenue and traveled the homicide route, where surveillance shown the suspect truck drove slowly at the approximate spot of the homicide scene, made an unusual U-turn, and slowed down again at the location of the homicide when traveling in the opposite direction approximately 6:42 through 6:52 p.m. All of this occurred an hour before the homicide at 7:52 p.m., as if the suspect truck was practicing the route or doing a dry run. At the time of the homicide, the suspect truck was immediately in front of Bridegan's vehicle as Bridegan approached the spot where he was killed. This travel activity is broken down below with descriptions of the timestamps and geographical locations precede the corresponding surveillance still shots. 625, 1712 Beach Boulevard. The suspect truck traveled eastbound on Beach Boulevard. The location is 0.45 miles from 1511 Marsh Inlet Court, where Bridegan picked up and dropped off his children at Shanna's house. Again, the suspect truck was confirmed to be Tenon's vehicle during his custodial interview. Tenon confirmed the item in the back of the suspect truck was in fact a spare tire. Okay, here we have 6:42. America Avenue. The suspect truck traveled southbound on America Avenue, .9 miles from the crime scene. .643. The suspect truck traveled southbound on Sanctuary Parkway. Suspect truck slowed to a stop where the murder took place. The suspect truck continued southbound on Sanctuary Parkway, conducted a U-turn, and slowed down on the opposite side of the road, approximately where the murder took place. 644. Grand Boulevard. The suspect truck traveled eastbound on Jacksonville Drive. The suspect truck turned northbound onto South Beach Parkway and traveled to Shelter Avenue. 652. 101 Penman Road. The suspect truck traveled westbound towards 15th Street and Cheddar Avenue. The suspect truck continued westbound on Cheddar and parked in a cul-de-sac of the 1600 block of Cheddar Avenue. The location is approximately 20 miles from Gardner and Fernandez Saldana's residence. The suspect truck sat in this location for approximately 19 minutes. Do you remember when he said he had to park his truck somewhere and leave the keys in it and someone was going to use it? Remember when Henry said that? Someone was going to use it and he had it. They took his keys and then they came back and they told him where his truck was parked. Do you guys remember that? Remember that when I read that? I think that was out of his interview. 7:50 p.m., 2705 America Avenue. The suspect truck traveled southbound on America Avenue. The suspect truck was in front of Bridegan's vehicle. The suspect truck appeared to be tailgating an unknown white truck. White truck? Doesn't what's-his-name have a white truck? The other guy. The suspect truck appeared... You guys remember that? Jerry, that's right, yeah. The suspect truck appeared to be tailgating an unknown white truck, purportedly to create distance between Bridegan's vehicle. This is merely 2 minutes prior to the recorded gunshots. I can't believe I can see a guy in there. Can't you guys see a guy in there? You're telling me with all of their... It almost looks like the guy has his arm out the window. Crazy. 7:52. America Avenue. Bridegan's vehicle was stopped on the road with the hazard light activated. A person can be seen walking southbound seconds after the last shot is fired and seconds later running. Okay, approximately 1 minute after the shooting, the suspect truck traveled eastbound on Jacksonville Drive. 7:56, approximately 4 minutes after the murder, an unidentified black male. Okay, now this is 4 minutes. 4 minutes after the murder, 4 minutes after, an unidentified black male was observed walking northbound to the intersection of Jacksonville Drive and Grand Boulevard. The individual was wearing dark-colored pants, tan shirt, boots, and a light-colored hat. Based on the affiant's review, the affiant believes the individual to be Tenon. But how do they know he's not just retrieving his truck? Tenon is a black male, 61, 6'3", 259 pounds, Google location data would later confirm that one of Tenon's known cell phones was located within a few meters of the location of the male observed on camera at approximately the same time. Who is that? That person's not wearing long pants. Those are short pants. Those are short pants. Right there are short pants. Not dark colored. The suspect truck traveled westbound on Cheddar Avenue. Once the suspect truck reached the cul-de-sac, it immediately turned around and traveled eastbound and left the frame. The location is 0.2 miles from Gardner and Fernandez Saldana. The truck and the male, whom the affiant believed to be Tenon, were separated after the homicide. The truck and the male. Well, maybe the truck and the male were never together at the time of the homicide. The male, believed to be Tenon, walked northbound on South Beach Parkway. This location is approximately 0.46 miles from the intersection. Affiant believes... Well, what is he holding? This looks like he's holding a piñata. Affiant believes, on review of surveillance, that one of the target suspects was driving the suspect truck after the homicide, while the male believed to be Tenon was on foot. Okay, let's read this again, okay? Affiant believes, based on review of surveillance, that one of the target suspects was driving the suspect truck after, while Tenon was on foot. Tower data was requested from major carriers during the time of the homicide. The towers covering the homicide did not reveal activity by any of the target phones within the coverage area. Similarly, a geofence search warrant did not identify any of their telephones as present in the area of the homicide scene. Throughout the investigation, Appian obtained search warrants for the cell devices. Okay. The information returned from the cellular toll subpoenas immediately stood out to the affiant based on the increased contact between target subjects immediately before and after the homicide, which was inconsistent with the otherwise sporadic contact between them in the approximate 6 weeks before. The escalated communications were a marked outlier in their historic communication patterns. Investigation indicates their communications since the homicide have been clustered around significant events in the investigation, which will be further detailed below. For example, T-Mobile subpoena results for Fernandez Saldana shows a high number of contacts between the target telephone and target telephone with somebody else over here. Now, it's not Tenon because they had put it there. It's somebody else. Leading up to the homicide and after the homicide, contrasted with periods of very little contact in the months after the homicide. These contacts are notable because the Jacksonville Beach Police Department detectives notified Shanna and Mario of Bridegan's death in person at their residence at approximately 12:30 to 1:06 a.m. on February 17th. Note additional phone contacts with non-target subjects is not included. (2:44 to 2:47 a.m.) Target telephone. Fernandez sent 2 messages to someone redacted. It's not Tenon. It's not Shanna. It's somebody else. 9:04 a.m. Target tells Saldana sends a message to Tenon. That's 9:04. 9:44, Saldana sends another message to another redacted person. 9:41, Fernandez located at Tenon's house for approximately 19 minutes. Yeah, that's when he was on his way to Canada, right? Isn't that when he was on his way to Canada? "9:46 a.m. Fernandez makes an outgoing call to Tenon while he's at his house. Then he's making one to somebody else that they haven't identified here and here. Then we have Fernandez left their house. Fernandez receives a call from Tenon. Then at 10:44 a.m., Fernandez sends a message to Tenon. Fernandez made a call to Tenon for 3 minutes. Saldana returns to the area of Marsh Inlet via Beach Boulevard. Oh no, this is not the day he goes to Canada. Okay, targets telephone exchange 9 messages with someone else. 9 messages. Then he receives an incoming call from Tenon. He made a call to Tenon, 37 seconds. Then Fernandez departs his residence and heads southbound past the homicide scene. Target telephone goes up again to 5239 Potomac Avenue for approximately 57 minutes. He's up there again. Target telephone sent a text to somebody else. This is all not Tenon that he's with here. Fernandez then left 5239 Potomac. Then he received a call from somebody else. He's talking to other people. He's traveling. And none of this is Tenon here, any of those things. It's Mario and other people. Okay? And let's see. Didn't they say a white truck? I knew it. And I know they said something about a Toyota. Well, he's got a white Toyota. They said that blue truck was tailgating a white Toyota. A white truck. Okay? A white Toyota's on the LPR at US 1 and Racetrack Road, further corroborating that Mario was in possession of and using his phone. Okay? Then he was at several gas stations in St. Johns County. And then 8 messages to somebody else other than Tenon. Sending 1 message to someone else other than Tenon. Then Fernandez traveling north to Duval County. Then Fernandez Saldana sending 6 messages to someone here. Fernandez in the approximately area of someone's residence at such and such a time with someone for 40 minutes. Ring surveillance captures Mario Fernandez inside someone's residence here. February 16th. Target telephone in the area that's their home. Sent 1 more message to somebody. It hasn't been sending to Tenon right there. Okay, phone and located on the night of the homicide. Affian observed that there were periods of time which the phones of Tenon, Fernandez, Saldana, and someone else here were not communicating. Mario Saldana had a lack of available data from 7:10 p.m. to 8:29 p.m. The target telephone, this one over here, device had a lack of availability from 4:24 to 10 p.m. Tenon's 2 devices had a lack of availability from 5:57 and 9:14 on the one and there. So very little. He had the least of all of them. The other ones were out of range for longer, right? except for this guy. But I mean, this suspect here is what, almost 6 hours. Based on this unusual pattern, this abnormal lack of it says, let's see, based on the affiant's review of the data near the time of the homicide, Tenon's 2 phones and target telephone, one, Fernandez Saldana, had multiple gaps in data. But what about those other people? Taco Lou. Isn't that where that data showed a gap? What did he say about they took my truck? I don't know why they used it, and they told me where I could go find it. He was on foot, obviously, to go find his truck. Keys were left in it. Security footage. Suspect truck. Bridegan drops the kids off. Security shows the suspect truck in front of Bridegan on the route. Security camera footage captures a gunshot and a muzzle flash and an unknown subject walking away from the scene at, well, let's see, 7:53. Suspect truck is driving. Well, if someone's walking away, the suspect truck is driving, then the security camera footage shows an unknown black male. Okay. Believed to be Tenon walking north on Grand Boulevard and turning east on Jacksonville Drive. Is that when they told him, come pick up your truck? Security footage showed suspect truck pulling back into Pablo Hamlet, performing a U-turn and leaving the property. Security camera footage area showed the unknown black male on foot. So the black male is on foot at 8:13. The black male is on foot at 7:56. It doesn't make any sense. Toll records show an outgoing call from Tenon's device to his second device that goes to voicemail. An outgoing call made from Tenon's device to his other device. Mojo's Barbecue on Beach Boulevard. From his brother. He received an incoming call from his brother, duration 58 minutes. With Tenon's account pursuant to a search warrant, upon reviewing the data, it was determined that Google provided location data for 2 unique devices. An analysis of this data in conjunction with the toll records for Tenon's 2 phone numbers determined that his phone numbers, let's see, both devices were in Jacksonville Beach the night of the murder. Okay. Both cell devices had a large gap in available location data that began at 5:41 and 5:47 respectively. It's about 40 minutes prior to the known arrival of the suspect truck in Jacksonville Beach at 6:52. As previously outlined, the affiant believes the absence of data compared with the historical data usage indicates the devices were powered off or placed on airplane mode. In summary, the data shows Tenon resumed connectivity at 8:39 in the area of the Beaches Baptist Hospital, 1.4 miles from the crime scene. Data shows Tenon 2 was moving while attempting to make unsuccessful calls to Tenon 1, which at the time was still not communicating with the network, indicating it was powered off or in airplane mode. Tenon 1 resumed connectivity at 9:14 in the area of the rear of the Boulevard Shopping Center, located just north of Pablo Hamlet, where the suspect truck was seen on surveillance before and after the murder at 9:23. Tenon, which was then located in the area of the cul-de-sac, made a successful call to Tenon 1. Both devices then stopped communicating. Maybe they left one of them in the truck, and the guy that had the truck was trying to find wherever the heck Tenon was walking to say, I've got your truck now. The movement of Tenon 1 and Tenon 2 were depicted, and Tenon 2 shown with correlating video surveillance. This is device 1 resumes connectivity. Device 2 resumes connectivity. Tenon 2 resumed connectivity in the area of the Beaches Hospital. Okay. I don't know. Target telephone 6 made a successful phone call to Tenon 1, 15 seconds, because the male was observed in a different location than the suspect truck, and because Tenon 1 and Tenon 2 were attempting to contact each other. It is believed to be a co-conspirator was in possession of Tenon 1. See? Yes. And spoke with target telephone, has denied any knowledge of that phone call. Somebody else. So somebody else had his other phone. While in the area of 1600 Cheddar Avenue, Tenon 2 made a successful phone call to Tenon 1. The duration was 29 seconds. Both devices then stopped communicating. Affiant believes that the devices eventually meet up at 1600 block of Cheddar Avenue. Then at 10:12, Tenon 1 resumed connectivity at his home address. Evidence of intent. When Affiant received Tenon's Google location data, Affiant discovered that Tenon had traveled to Jacksonville Beach in a manner similar to the suspect vehicle. Okay. Upon a review of the forensics downloads, Affiant discovered a conversation between Tenon and Mario and Fernandez going to 5239 Potomac the evening of January 4th prior to Tenon's Google location data traveling the homicide route. This is significant to the Affiant due to the data target telephone in the area of 5239 Potomac the day before the murder. Okay, on January 4th, target telephone makes an outgoing call to Tenon, 31 seconds. Okay, this is target telephone Mario sent Tenon a message stating, heading your way. This is January 4th. And Fernandez got it, said, whatchamacallit, Tenon says, okay. Then Fernandez says, I'm here, brother. This is January 4th. Okay, what does that? He rented a house from him, right? What is that? That's silly. It's really... Affiant confirmed, okay, January 5th, date night. Affiant confirmed on this date with one of Bridegan's scheduled Wednesday date nights. On this date, there was no communication between Tenon, someone else there, and Mario Saldana. Fernandez did not make or receive any voice calls. 11:56, beginning at 11:56 on the house, that's Shanna's house. Google location showed that Tenon drove the homicide route on this day, and we have that based on the data from Tenon 1 and 2. How do they know there weren't two people in the truck? How do they know who was in the truck? How do they know who was in that truck? They don't. Specifically imparted approximately 5:58, both of Tenon's cellular devices arrived in Jacksonville Beach after leaving 5239 Potomac Avenue at 5:15 p.m. from 5 till approximately 5:59 p.m. Until 6:04, the devices were located in the Marsh Inlet. That's Shanna's house. Tenon's phones traveled the homicide route, including traveling back to the area of Cheddar Avenue. This is the same area where the suspect truck was seen. Tenon's devices then returned to the area of 1511 Marsh, that's Shanna's house, before they left Jacksonville Beach. Tenon's devices left the area. Okay, we know. All right. And then they went back. January 29th, they took another trip along there. Okay. We don't know who was in the truck. We just know the phone was in the truck. Anybody could have been in that truck. Anybody could have had those devices. Okay, second pass. Okay, it says, here's the other thing, that based on the above timelines, the affiant's belief that Mario Saldana traveled to the Potomac Avenue and left his phone up there while he and Tenon drove to the Bridegan residence, past the gymnastics studio, to the homicide scene, and then back to Potomac, where the target telephoned Fernandez Saldana departed shortly after Tenon's device returned. Affiant bases the opinion on the following. There's no legitimate reason discussed for the trip. Affiant questioned Tenon regarding his regular work and social comings and goings, with no evidence that he'd have any personal or work-related business in proximity to Bridegan's residence. They did not stop anywhere other than those locations associated with the homicide and the victim. Tenon would have no personal knowledge of Bridegan, his residence, or where his child went to gymnastics. This information could only have been provided by Fernandez Saldana. Further, the significant slowing of Tenon's devices at the homicide scene are significant to the affiant and indicate, based on training and experience and the totality of the evidence, that this is an effort by Tenon and Fernandez to plan the logistics of the homicide. Yeah, because Tenon looks like he's doing it. When conducting interviews, members of the Jacksonville Beach Department went to a residence at 5239 Potomac. And look how many people advised. He initially met Tenon and Fernandez at the time. While speaking with these redacted people, detectives noticed a truck tire. That's when they got the truck tire. They brought it down. It matched the other truck tire. Okay. Okay, here's the custodial interview of Tenon. During his custodial interview on August 18th, Tenon repeatedly advised law enforcement that he no longer had possession of the suspect truck and that he did not know its current location. He advised he sold it to an unknown male for cash for parts, but gave differing statements as to the date of the sale. After reviewing surveillance still shots from the homicide scene, Tenon admitted the suspect truck was his. Affiant reviewed Tenon's financial records. Affiant located a payment to Rivers Auto Transport on June 8th. The date was made to Rivers Auto Transport was compared to Tenon's Google data, which revealed he was at 1705 University Street, Jacksonville, Florida. Affiant was interested in whether this could be a potential area of interest. Truck was visible. The truck was taken back to Jacksonville and entered. Affiant spoke with the residents of 1705 University Street, and the resident advised the affiant that Tenon was a family friend, and he had known Tenon's brother for multiple years. The resident advised that Tenon had the truck towed to his neighborhood off University Street, and they pushed it into the yard. He advised that Tenon told him he needed to store the truck for a few weeks. The resident stated that this occurred several months ago and that Tenon had left the truck there much longer than anticipated. He advised that Tenon kept the key. This information belied Tenon's explanations of the truck's location to the affiant on August 18th. Contrary to Tenon's assertions that the truck was sold for parts to an unknown male, the owner of the home from which Tenon's truck was recovered was a family friend of Tenon's, a person Tenon has known for several years and would have easily been able to identify for affiant. Affiant confirmed that Tenon made a payment to Rivers Auto Transport, a towing company, on June 8th, and the Google location data shows that Tenon traveled to University Street, where the truck was later located that same day. The truck was processed during the search. Check stubs referenced below were found, and there was also a boot box that was consistent with the type of boots seen in the surveillance footage of the unknown black male at the homicide scene. Okay, on October 6th, a search warrant for the 5239 Potomac Avenue was executed. Upon there, they found Norma Davila, Devin Hightower, Dane Haid, somebody else, all located there. A search of the residence was conducted. Items of interest were collected. Tenon 2 was located and gathered. That's that phone. Clothing was collected, including a pair of work boots. Affiant believes these boots to be similar or a match worn of the unknown black male observed in the relevant surveillance. Well, he didn't get rid of the boots. They're there. Did they have blood on them? Whoever shot Jared, there was probably would have blood on his boots or something, right? While on scene, Affiant spoke with someone who alluded that Fernandez Saldana knew what happened the night of the murder. Someone shared that he contacted Fernandez Saldana after Tenon's arrest and told him to handle his business. Someone redacted further stated that Mario would know because it was his ex-wife's husband. That person would not say if he knew what Mario knew about the murder, and he offered that his contact with Mario was sparse. At approximately 3:52 p.m., someone redacted initiated a call with the target telephone. Fernandez informed Fernandez that ATF served, we heard this part, right? She called them. I remember, wait, maybe I just read it, yeah. Search warrant. Received any contact, a copy of the search warrant. They wanted to know what was taken from the residence. They asked why a search warrant wouldn't be conducted at Potomac. Fernandez replied that he did not know and stated it does not make sense, and he apologized for them having to deal with the situation. While the search warrant was being conducted, Davila, Haid, and Hightower were interviewed. Davila advised she and Haid met someone, here redacted, while working at Domino's. Davila and Haid moved into 5239 Potomac 6 weeks prior to the search warrant. When Davila and Haid moved into the Potomac house, they moved into Tenon's old room, and Tenon's belongings were moved into the garage. Davila advised an individual named Mario owned the house and was selling the house. Davila stated he was selling it to get money. Davila stated she has talked to Mario several times while he was there working on the house. Davila went on to explain she felt, redacted, someone had something on their landlord. Okay? Davila described a situation where Mario came to the house to get someone to sign a lease. Someone did not want to sign the lease. Davila advised that they stated, he don't want me to call such and such about something. So that greatly sounds like someone else in that house had something to do with this, right? Davila didn't know if the comment had anything to do with this murder. Davila went on to explain that that person tore the lease up when Fernandez left. Davila advised this interaction with Mario occurred in the second week of September. Okay, subpoenas were issued for all known bank accounts. For Saldana and Gardner, their house was held jointly. All of their accounts were held individually. Gardner ran a small baking business out of her home.
The majority of her income came from that irrevocable trust funded by her parents. Fernandez Saldana was listed as the trustee, and it was further stated, when our daughter Shanna shall have no further legal entanglements with her ex-husband, she may elect to serve as trustee. Fernandez Saldana was also listed as the owner of 2 vehicles they possessed. He also relied on the trust as his primary source of income. He did receive a small amount of income from some rental properties and provided personal training out of his garage. Fernandez Saldana also applied for and received benefits from Veterans Administration for disability despite being ineligible due to his less than honorable discharge. Affiant received Tenon's financial records from PNC Bank. Upon conducting an initial review, there were 3 handwritten checks discovered. The checks consisted of $2,000, $3,000, and $5,000. So, okay, yeah, right? Up to April, you're telling me Henry only got $10,000. And he waited from the time of that murder until 3/28 to be paid. Get out of here. During the search of the suspect truck, 3 check stubs were found attached together from the same page of the checkbook. This almost sounds like from the checkbook indicating the checks were given to Tenon, that he told him to get rid of that truck and I'll pay you something for the use of that truck and so you can get something else maybe. The checks were made out to Tenon and received from First Choice Home Rental LLC. The checks were signed by Mario Fernandez. Gardner and Fernandez Saldana are both listed as owners for LLC. It should be noted, First Choice Home Rentals receives incoming transfers from Gardner's trust account, which is funded by Shelley and Sterling Gardner, the parents of Gardner. During the period reviewed, there were frequently less than $400 in Tenon's account, and it was often overdrawn. These deposits were an anomaly compared with Tenon's financial history. Subpoena returns were received from USAA Regions and ViStar Credit Union for somebody here. Income is mostly from his military retirement. There's probably bigger staff. During the period reviewed, his account was frequently down to close to 0, and there were several instances where his account was overdrawn. During the search warrant, affiant searched some room. A safe was located with approximately $2,000 inside. Based on the affiant's investigation, there was a significantly larger amount of money than who's that? One of Tenon's cell phones, Tenon 2, was discovered from the search warrant. Maybe one of those people had one of Henry's phones. Maybe they're lying that he carried 2 phones. Maybe he gave one to them. Upon reviewing the files and the audio recording was discovered between someone and Tenon. Affiant believes Tenon accidentally dialed himself from his other phone. Affiant heard a voicemail of this accidental dial, which recorded an in-person conversation between Tenon and someone else. Tenon can be heard discussing transferring the money to someone and to his brother, Dwight. Affiant heard Tenon explain to the other person that he's waiting for $5,000 to clear from the bank and he would pay this other person from that money. It's unclear what the payment is for, but the recording was April 6th. That doesn't say. 2 days after Tenon deposited the final check into his bank, the last check from Fernandez was $5,000. Affiant believes the conversation between Tenon and the other person was in reference to payment for someone's involvement or silence in the Bridegan murder. Affiant obtained Google search warrants. Okay. All these people. Look at this. Prevented from owning or possessing firearms. Saldana and the target telephone were together for about an hour. Gardner received the email from Bridegan's regarding the baptism. Affiant has spoken with someone in Tenon for multiple hours and over multiple interviews, as well as reviewing Tenon's jail calls. Affiant is familiar with their voices and was able to recognize their voices on the audio recording.
An arrest warrant application for Tenon will be issued contemporaneously with this order. Affiant has probable cause to believe that the target subjects will communicate once Tenon's arrest is publicly announced. So there was another reason for Tenon to be arrested. It's also part of their ruse to get the other people to talk. During the course of the investigation, Affiant observed that phone calls and activity between the targets markedly increased in frequency and volume in time to key events in the investigation. Okay, February 28th to March 1st, Gardner and Fernandez Saldana interviews. Okay, let's see here. They interviewed their kids, and that's when the kids said that he was going to Canada and they had to get him back. Upon receiving location data from various search warrants, it was discovered Fernandez took a trip to Pennsylvania a day after his first interview. On March 2nd, he drove to Pennsylvania over the span of 2 days. Stops were made in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Then he drove to Brunswick, Georgia. Then on this 3rd, he went to Florence, South Carolina. During this time, Fernandez received a call from George Cruz. Cruz was discovered to have a registered address in North Carolina. There have been no communications with Cruz in the phone records that have been requested and reviewed. It was later discovered Cruz and Saldana primarily communicated through playing video games online. Okay, they sent and received text messages until he reached Clinton, North Carolina, where he stayed one night. The phone activity on March 3rd is included. Okay, so going on and on with Cruz here. Let's see. March 4th, Fernandez leaves Clinton, North Carolina, drives to Tarentum, Pennsylvania. Okay, and then he communicates with Gardner and Sterling Gardner. Oh, isn't that funny? So Mario Fernandez Saldana communicates with Shanna Gardner and Sterling Gardner. While driving to Pennsylvania, the Child Protective Team interviewed Gardner's children at 1:20. Target telephone Saldana exchanged messages and calls with various members of Gardner's family throughout the day. Gardner's family. Interesting. Oh, he spoke to Target telephone, exchanged texts with Shanna's sister. Okay. Exchanged text messages while the twins were being interviewed with Shanna. It is clear from evidence gathered that Mario Saldana's trip to Pennsylvania was unplanned and spontaneous. Saldana made no prior hotel reservations and did not appear to have any structure or clear outcome associated with the trip. Prior to arriving in Pennsylvania, Fernandez Saldana attempted to make an unsuccessful reservation before he finally made a successful reservation at the Spring Hill Suites by Marriott. Fernandez made a reservation for 2 nights but left after only 1 night while staying in Tarentum. Fernandez purchased toiletries from Walmart, showing again there was no clear planning involved in the trip. Fernandez then drove straight through from Tarentum to Jacksonville Beach, stopping only for gas. Affiant believes this trip to be related to the investigation. Of note, the twins were interviewed by members of the Child Protection Team on March 4th, 2022. Their statements contradicted those of Fernandez Saldana about where he was in the home that night and what he was doing. The children noted that they believed he was in the back room because the television lights were on, but they never saw him. They also stated that they would normally come back into the house through the garage, but that night the garage was closed, which was unusual, so they had to use the front door.
Fernandez deleted over 1,000 entries from his Google account. Google deletion data. 1,000 things deleted. At approximately 5 p.m., a photo of the suspect truck was released to the media and broadly publicized. The following day, March 10th, toll records reveal a flurry of communications between the target. See, that's why he was calling Tenon. That's why. They saw the truck. We got to do something with that truck. That doesn't mean that Tenon killed the guy. That means they used Tenon's truck. That's all that's saying. And Tenon has possession of the truck, so he's got to call him to find out what to do with that truck. Okay, Tenon was detained during a traffic stop. We saw that on the 18th. Tenon was placed under arrest for felony traffic charges. He was transported to the Crime Gun Intelligence Center to be interviewed in reference to the murder. After receiving phone records from target phones, a flurry of call activity occurred. Okay, hold on 1 minute. I just dropped something. My bracelet. Hold on. Okay. Michael Connors attempted to make 2 calls to the target telephone Fernandez Saldana. Target telephone contacted Jacksonville Beach in reference to his keys. Connors admitted to using Connor's phone on this date, attempted to call the target phone Mario Fernandez 2 times. Target telephone Mario attempted to call Janie Deal. That was the girlfriend that was going to the methadone clinic. Okay, a girlfriend of Tenon who was detained in the traffic stop while Tenon was held. Well, that makes sense. He wants to know what happened, right? He wants to know what happened. That's not target telephone. Fernandez calls Connors. Duration 15 minutes. Connors calls the target telephone Mario. 38 minutes. Okay, target telephone Mario calls Shanna Gardner. 15 seconds. Target Gardner calls the Intrepid Group PR crisis management firm. Okay, the Intrepid Group, that was her PR firm. Then Gardner calls Linda Lucetti, her public relations firm. Gardner calls Bedell Law Firm, her criminal defense attorney. Connors calls target telephone Saldana. Somebody calls Saldana. Target telephone. Gardner and Fernandez exchange multiple text messages. Fernandez exchanged multiple messages with someone else, although forensic examination of the target's phone shows the texts related to tile work. Target telephone. Gardner receives an incoming call from Christopher Thomas of the Intrepid Group. They talk for 10 minutes. Target telephone. Gardner receives a call from Linda Lucetti, the media relations, for 4 minutes and 25 seconds. And then Gardner makes an outgoing call to Fernandez for 45 seconds. Gardner gets an outgoing call to the law firm, 6 minutes, 24 seconds. Then Gardner calls Mario Saldana again. Well, wouldn't we have loved to hear those calls? Mario calls Gardner, 0 seconds. Mario exchanged messages with Gardner. Mario calls Gardner, 4 minutes, 12 seconds. Gardner receives a call from Christopher Thomas of the PR crisis management firm, 23 minutes, 34 seconds, crisis management. Target telephone, Fernandez Saldana exchanges more messages with Shanna. Fernandez exchanged messages with Shanna. Fernandez exchanges a message with someone else that's redacted. Then
Mario is back to messages with Gardner. Mario exchanged a message with someone else, redacted. August 23rd. Now we know Tenon is in jail, right? Interview of somebody here at his residence. They spoke at his residence following Tenon's arrest. He consented to allow detectives to look through his phone to provide forensic data. Following this interview, the affiant observed a spike in communications between the target telephone and Fernandez. Okay, so there's an interview, and then this guy is spiking in his messages to Mario Fernandez. During affiant's review of that person's phone data, there was a thread of text messages with Fernandez dating back to May 2022 with no older messages. Based on affiant's review of both target telephone and Fernandez, affiant knows that they had contact via text prior to May 2022, including the time of the homicide, but it indicated that they deleted all their old communications. Yep. So why did he delete all his old communications? I don't know. How come that guy is not arrested? How come he's not arrested? Target telephone, Fernandez Saldana. Toll records show period of zero contact, but spikes in the volume of the frequency of contact during significant time periods in the investigation. On 1/4/2023, subpoena results were received from target telephone Fernandez Saldana. Affiant discovers that target telephone Fernandez Saldana has no communications with Shanna since, okay, let's get this one straight now. 1/4/2023, a subpoena from Mario Fernandez's phone through December 23rd, 2022, discovers that Fernandez has no communication with Shanna Gardner or any of the targets since November 18th of 2022. Well, what does that mean to you? He got a new phone, right? No communication with the target telephone 6 since November. The lack of communication corresponds to a lull in contact with law enforcement or releases to the public regarding this case. I don't believe that. I think he got another phone. That's what I think. He had no contact with Shanna Gardner. Yeah, I don't believe that. Sorry. He had another phone. He got a burner phone that they don't know about. The lack of communication is the lull. No, sorry, it's not. Accordingly, your affiant has probable cause to believe the target subject will communicate on the target phones once the affiant takes certain actions to provoke the contact. Okay, let's say you're right. In summation, the evidence as outlined by the affiant establishes probable cause that the target subjects were and continue to be involved in a conspiracy to commit the murder of Bridegan, evade and mislead law enforcement regarding the murder of Bridegan, and to conceal or destroy evidence. Christopher Johns, a sworn law enforcement officer. Okay, probable cause. Gardner, and then there's two other people. And others not yet known, referred to as target, are committed and have committed or about to commit offenses enumerated in Florida statutes. So this is Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, Shanna, and then look at these other people and others not yet known, the target suspects. This is for them to surveil them. This is just to get the permission to do that. Target telephone. These are just the permissions that to get the surveillance on the phones. And they're going to do that for all the phones that they're targeting. So where are all these other people? A lot of other 6 phones there. Six phones. Okay. Let me see here. So let's see. Liza says, what innocent person needs a crisis management PR firm? I don't know. Hi, Barbie. Where's our Kathleen, our cheerleader, Kathleen? Kathleen, where are you, our cheerleader? Where did Kathleen go? She was such a cheerleader for us. Every night she was cheerleading. She said she loves all kinds of different crimes. I don't know. I hope she's all right. Her cat got sick, and hope she's okay. I haven't seen her in a few nights. All right, let's see now. Let me go to these things again. Hold on a minute. Now we have, ouch, I have to get my glasses. Henry Tenon, we looked at that. Leaving the crime scene, we got that. Police video shows arrest of ex-wife Shanna, we have that. Oh, what is this? Elizabeth, let me see who okay, let me see something. Hold on, let me see, I've got another, I want to see who this is. Where the heck is she? And what are these? I don't know what these are either. Can I just see? What is this? Now, let me get these while I have them here. Hold on. 2, 3. I don't know what these are. I don't want to copy them. What are they doing? Why are they copying them? Hold on a minute. I don't even know what the heck they just did. I want to just bring them in here. we did listen to these. Let's see. Why do I think we have listened to these? I don't know.
For English, press 1. For a collect, please enter your 10. At the beep, repeat the phrase. With Global Tel Link, my voice is my password.
With Global Tele, my voice is my password.
Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please hold. Hello, this is a free call from
Arthur.
an inmate at the John E. Goody Pretrial Detention Facility. To accept this free call, press 0. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tel Link.
Yeah, I saw bits of you, entertainment, and what is it, Inside Edition Thursday night, and you entered a plea. Yeah, well, the only way out. The only way out. Dealing with this chunk of the people I'm dealing with. Oh, okay. So what the deal? I found out.
Hold on a minute. This is Henry. It sounds like you might be talking to his brother. He said I saw Inside Edition. They said you entered a plea. Henry said it was the only way out of it. And then he said, what's the deal? Hold on. That's crazy.
Yeah, I saw bits of you, entertainment, and what is it, Inside Edition Thursday night, and you entered a plea. Yeah, well, the only way out. The only way out. Dealing with this chunk of the people I'm dealing with. Okay. So what the deal? I found out in June. Oh. Okay. I know they said they had locked Mario up, and they're looking to make some more arrests on that. So they say. Yeah.
That's the end of that one there. I didn't even know that was jail. That's something that's very telling, isn't it? The only way out.
For English, press 1. Para español. For a collect call, press 0. Please enter your 10-digit booking number. At the beep, repeat the phrase. With Global Tel Link, my voice is my password.
So, with Global Tele, my voice is my password.
Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please hold. Hello, this is a free call from
Henry.
an inmate at the Johnny Goody pretrial detention facility. To accept this free call, press 0. To refuse this free call, hang up. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
Wait, there's a long period of silence. I'm going to put it ahead.
Yeah, I wish you was calling with some good news, like you're getting released or something.
Say that again?
I said, I wish you was calling with some, like, good news that you're getting released or something.
How is that going to be happening?
Not ever?
No. Don't look that way anyway, so far. It ain't. I thought you did wait. But anyway, I go back to court on the 12th of July. And we should finalize everything then and know what is what. I hope they don't pass it again.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they'll realize that it's not you.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yep, now find out which way it goes from there. I hope they go ahead on and squash it instead of keep passing it from one court date to another.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Okay.
Okay, that's that one. So that also sounds like he's... It's crazy. This is very crazy.
Voice is my password.
Okay, this goes down to here. Let's see.
So he got to go back sometime or another.
Uh-huh.
And you say you won't know till June, right?
June 16th.
June 16th. Okay.
They redacted a lot of these calls, so there's only very little that they're putting on here. Let's see. This one.
Please state your name. At the Johnny Goody pretrial detention facility. To accept this free call, press 0. To refuse this free call, hang up. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
See, they make you wait till way over here. You can't see what I'm doing.
So what's going on in your case? How are you?
Yeah. It ain't looking good. Let's put it like that.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm probably going to be here for a while. I don't know for what that while going to be yet.
You have a lawyer?
No, I got some negotiators. They call themselves lawyers, but it's the same as having a state attorney against you on both sides.
Okay. Well, I don't really know what to say.
Yeah, okay. It'll come back to you. Yeah.
I hate to hear that.
I don't know. It's a little tricky roll, whatever you want to call it, messed up for me, but not really. Cause
What do you mean, not really? Hello?
because my future ain't guaranteed to be that long.
And that's the end of that one from what they left on here. Hold on, let me get the next one. And I thought we heard some recorded interviews. Maybe we did. I don't know. From other people. That's what I thought these were. I didn't even know they were jail calls. This one is going to be very short, too. They only leave a very little bit of the call on here.
Yeah, so you find out for sure you go to 21st or the 20th or the 31st? 31st, unless they change it. Yep, unless they change it. Well, they can do that because they know I ain't going nowhere now. They ain't got to tell me nothing. Just come and get me. Call for them. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, so they let us here or there. Let's go to the next one.
I don't know nothing else until I don't know nothing else until we go to court on the 31st of March. 31st of March. Okay. Try to get down there. Figure out how to get down there and see if I can get in a holiday. Do it, but it may not be able to get in there, right? You might be able to get into the audience set. Okay. Definitely won't be able to get into the set where we'll be at. Yeah.
Okay, that's the end of that. I don't even know why they didn't put that one in there. The shortest jail calls of all, aren't they? But they let us hear. They're long, but they have everything redacted except for like 2 seconds of it. It's crazy.
I don't know nothing else until we go to court on the 31st of March. 31st of March.
Okay. That's the same one that was in here twice. I don't know why. Now what is this thing? I don't know what this is. Let's see what this is.
They were receiving several calls. Sanctuary Boulevard at JTD westbound. Sanctuary Boulevard JTD westbound. My caller says a disabled vehicle, but another caller says there was gunshots 3 to 4. Unknown what's going on. No 110-805.
We simply want to make that one north. Well, my CHU, I'll be 251, 735 from the 700 block, Church South.
you. I'm 1098 Romeo. I'll be 1051 to that. 10-4.
792.
792.
789 Hotel. Kilo.
10-9 Hotel Kilo. We received another call that says there's a black SUV at American Sanctuary with a male laying on the ground, and you couldn't find a car. This sounds like the call I had, however, the caller didn't speak good English.
7-1.
Sorry, careful. AC 792, 1260. The black SUV we believe is going to be at Jacksonville Sanctuary. Temple.
1260 saying in there. Okay, we're in it is Jacksonville Sanctuary Way.
Jacksonville Sanctuary Way.
1246
Like that.
Alright, don't let any of these people leave. None of these people leave. HQ, start me rescue 1068. Start 1068. Looks like we got a signal 18.
Enter 1204, 1026 on the 18th. 18792.
Where's fast as possible, please?
Temple, location of gunshot.
Alright, we're just south of Jacksonville on Sanctuary Way.
Temple, what part of the body?
Stand by phone.
Temple.
At the corner back here, you get this 94 for the wasting light in the wheelchair, please.
Let's not let anybody leave.
HQ 1065, Florida, information.
Go ahead.
Juliet Lima, November Tango 34 JLNT 34 on a white Toyota Tundra.
Temple.
White Toyota Tundra. That is what's his name's car. Interesting, right? Yeah. White Toyota Tundra.
For English, press 1. Para español, oprima 2.
Okay, here's another one. Let's see what this is.
Well, that's in my property here in the jailhouse.
Trying to see if it started back further here.
Well, that's in my property here in the jailhouse.
Uh-huh. I ain't no way you get it. Get it to me.
Not that I know of, no way I can get it.
Is there any way I can get it?
Huh?
Is there any way I can get it?
Yeah, you have to come here and get it.
Okay. Well, just any time?
Huh?
Or any time, or I have to come through the week?
I don't know.
I
don't know just about how they work this shit. All I know is being held in this mother.
Yeah.
All I know is it's in my property, and I will sign a release for you to get it.
Okay. Okay, I'll look at it when I get to the house and see about it. I'll call down there and see.
Okay.
You still downtown, or you back out there on Laney?
No, I ain't going back out to Laney. I'll be downtown.
Okay.
They moved me to another dorm last night.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, nothing happened.
Oh, they just moved you?
Yeah.
Oh.
For English, press 1. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from
Henry.
an inmate at the Johnny Goody pretrial detention facility. To accept this call, press your current balance is $5.23. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
I don't know why they put that call in there. There's absolutely nothing on that call. The whole thing, they redacted the entire thing.
Jacksonville Beach, 911.
Hey, yes, I'm pretty sure I just heard 3 or 4 gunshots, and now there's a bunch of cars that are backed up, so you guys might want to send a unit or something out here.
Where, on JTB?
No, not on JTB. So Sanctuary Parkway is where the cars are backed up, and that's kind of where the sound came from.
Okay.
I just thought you might want to get somebody out here because I was 100% gunshots.
All right. What's your name?
My name is...
What's your number? And how many did you say you heard?
What's that?
How many
Say it
gunshots
again?
did you say you heard?
I would say 3 or 4.
All right, I'll get them over there.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Bye.
Jax Beach 911. Yeah, there is a car. We are driving by Sanctuary Boulevard, corner to JT Butler.
Okay.
And there is a car standing in the middle of the road. There is a guy standing on the floor. There was a little girl inside, and there is a Samaritan guy that came up and took the girl. And we're waiting here, for help.
You're waiting or they're waiting?
Well, everybody's waiting because the car is in the middle of the road of the Sanctuary Boulevard. So,
Okay, you headed towards the ocean or towards Jacksonville?
Towards Jacksonville. Yeah.
Okay. Near Sanctuary on JTB. Is that what you got to?
Yeah.
Oh, she got crashed. She's got a disabled vehicle. It's a disabled vehicle, I think. Okay. All right, now, what type of car is it?
It's do you see the make? It's an SUV, but I cannot make the,
Okay.
Dark black or something.
Okay, I'm going to get someone out there, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Jax Beach 911.
JSL transfer.
Hi, yes, I'm calling. There's a guy in the middle of the road on America Avenue. I'm not sure if somebody else caught it in. Hello?
What's he doing?
He's, the car is open, and he's laying on the ground. I'm not sure what's
We're out on
going
America.
on. Right when you take a left on America going out, I believe, to Sanctuary, maybe?
What kind of car is it? Is he by?
It's a black SUV. Is that a Nissan Toyota? Is that a Nissan Toyota? Is it only him on the ground?
What's he doing?
He's just laying there. I'm not sure. He's having a heart attack or something. And he has a little kid in the car. My husband right now is holding her. She was crying. So I think it's just him and this little girl.
Okay. And you think it's a medical emergency?
It might be. It looks like he stopped the car and just laid on the ground on the road.
Is he bleeding? Can you talk to him, or
is he awake? Is he conscious? Is he conscious or he's unconscious?
Unconscious? Okay. Let me get fire. I got officers on the way. Let me get the fire department on the way also.
Okay, thank you.
It's crazy. Okay. He's just laying there on the floor. First they're saying he's in the middle of the road, as if he's standing up. Man. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. some other files here. Hang on.
This is Christina Stifler with the State Attorney's Office. Today's date is June 28th, 2022. We are here in regards to a death investigation of Jared Bridegan, State Attorney case number 22SA9567. Today we are taking a sworn statement of Elizabeth Smith. Present for the statement is Ms. Smith, her attorney Kenneth Hancock, and Detectives Lamont and Johns from the Jacksonville Beach Police Department. Ms. Smith, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the statement you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. For the record, the witness has been sworn. And Ms. Smith, before we started, we were discussing that I contacted you to come to the State Attorney's Office and answer some questions, and you agreed to do so voluntarily without a subpoena, correct?
Yes.
And you have your family member / family attorney, Mr. Hancock, present here with you?
Yes.
Okay. Has anybody forced you or threatened you to be here today or promised you anything in exchange for your statement?
No.
And are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol, prescription or otherwise, that affect your ability to understand and tell the truth?
No.
All right. We are talking about some observations and statements you have that you decided to come forward and contact someone you knew with ATF because you thought law enforcement might want to know about in the death investigation of Jared Bridegan, correct?
Yes.
And you are actually friends with a woman named Shanna Gardner.
Yes.
And you stated that your relationship was that you both worked together at a preschool starting in about 2016, but your relationship was very close, much closer than coworkers, would you say?
Yes.
Okay, and you told me before we started speaking that you guys would work out together, your families spent Thanksgiving together, and that you knew her children, she knew your children, so you would call it a very close relationship.
Yes.
And I want to ask you about a relationship between Shanna Gardner and a person named Mario Fernandez. And Mario is somebody that you have met before.
Yes.
Okay. When you first met Shanna, she and Mario were not together, correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you were friends with Shanna, she and Mario began dating, and you described it as a very quick courtship. They met like 4 weeks later, they were engaged.
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking about something that Shanna told you while you all were working at the school, that she was complaining about her and Jared's kind of custody battle and his sort of attacks through the courts on her parenting.
Yes.
And she told you something along the lines of, and if I misquote this, just correct me, that Mario has a military background. He said he could get 4 people and break into his house in the middle of the night and, quote, take care of him, and no one would ever know. Is that right?
Yes.
And Shanna said Mario said that in reference to Jared.
Yes.
And when she told you this, you found that very odd.
Yes.
What was her demeanor kind of when she was telling you this?
Very casual. There was nothing concerning from her. I mean, she kind of laughed it off, laughed about it, and casual.
And you yourself heard Mario make some statements about having, what you said, killed people in the past.
Yes.
You said that you went to dinner pre-COVID, although you can't be sure of the time, with Shanna, and Mario came along with your children.
Yes.
And that you and Mario were kind of having like a contentious discussion at this dinner. He was challenging you about your faith, and you weren't backing down.
Yes.
Okay. And you said at some point he kind of looked at you and you called it a stare down.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
What did he say?
He said, I'm in the military, I've killed people before.
Okay. And you said that Shanna could tell you were uncomfortable, and after this dinner she sort of called you and apologized.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew towards the end of the relationship, Shanna had disclosed to you that she found out that there was some possible infidelity in the marriage.
Yes.
And can you tell me about, she showed up to your house one time in tears, and what did she tell you about that possibility?
She had found out and walked in on him taking photos of a woman that he flew in from California who had aspirations to become a porn star, and he decided to manage her.
Okay. She also had caught him or come into the home and seen that he was getting massages from girls that he had over to the house.
Erotic massages.
Erotic massages, okay. But your impression of their relationship was that despite all this, Shanna was planning on staying with him and working this out in therapy.
Yes.
Okay. And their relationship, when they got married, you said that Mario kind of wanted to keep it secret, and Shanna sort of told you that the marriage, it would be better for her custody battle for her to be married.
Yes.
And that you knew that she got more money from her family if she was married because, you know, they're very devout Mormons.
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, you said that you haven't had much FaceTime with Shanna since COVID started and you guys are busy with your children. But in April, Shanna did contact you. And can you tell me about that contact?
Yes. She was letting me know that Kirsten had reached out to news outlets and was using pictures, which Shanna did not give any authority to Kirsten to do so. And Shanna was really upset about that and said she was going to reach out and get an attorney to protect the kids. And she just, you know, wanted to make sure, she's like, I know that people that know me and love me are on my side. And yeah, that was that.
And you said that the text she sent in April was kind of bizarre and out of the blue. She just was like, let's get together, even though you hadn't been together in a while.
Yeah, she said, are you free today? Which was odd to say, because we hadn't been that close anymore, you know. So for me just to, hey, what about today? It was odd. And she said, you know, if this doesn't work out, you know, people know where my address is because of Kirsten. People know where my house is. We're not safe. And I'll just pick up, move, sell everything, and start over.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Ms. Smith, detectives. All right, that concludes this sworn statement. Thank you.
We got a couple questions for that one. All right, and then we're just going to go and we're going to get this wrapped up as quickly as possible, okay? It doesn't work. That's why we're here today.
All right, I'm Detective Lamont with Jacksonville Beach Police Department. It's currently 10:56 on October 6th. Currently speaking with, what's your name, sir?
Dane Hayes.
How you spell that, sir?
First name D-A-N-E. Last name H-A-D-E.
H-A-D-E. And what's your date of birth, sir?
6 month, 8 day, 80.
Okay. And what's your phone number?
596, 561 257 7368.
257
7368.
68?
Yeah.
Alright. So here's the deal, man. We're currently working a murder investigation out of Jax Beach that occurred back in February of this year. February 16th to be exact. One of the people that we're currently looking into is a former roommate who was here prior to you. He was arrested back in August on some unrelated charges, but so really we're looking into that and this house's involvement in that. And obviously you're currently staying here, bad timing, but this is why we're talking, man. You're not in trouble or anything like that, but that's why we're here talking. Can you just tell me real quick how long you've known?
Man, shit, as long as we've been staying here, we ain't been here for about damn almost just a month here.
A month?
Yeah. So I've been knowing.
And y'all pay him rent?
Yeah.
Do y'all pay him rent or do you pay the landlord rent?
Give him.
And then he gives it to the landlord? Okay. Have you ever met the landlord?
Yeah, I seen him before.
How has he been? Have you ever talked to him or anything?
Not really. Just seen him come and work on that floor and that's it.
Okay. When's the last time he's
It's been a minute. Last time I seen him, I see about 2 months. Well, not 2 months, like about 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there ever any incidents with him that made you feel a little strange? No? Okay. Because, I mean, we were talking to your wife, man. She mentioned an incident where, I guess, Mario, the landlord, was asking a lease agreement involving him and y'all. And I guess he tore it up, said no.
Yeah.
And then we were told that that you had a weird feeling about it.
I had a weird feeling.
Possibly, like, had something on him.
On him?
Like something to hold over his head or anything like that.
Man, I don't know. It was weird. He just tore up the lease all of a sudden, yeah.
Okay.
In front of the landlord, he did it. He's like, yeah, we ain't doing this.
So he just told me to bring him the papers. I went back in the room and so he just tore up the lease and don't worry about it.
And what did he say anything else?
No.
He didn't say nothing. Why would your wife feel that way then?
I don't know, man. Listen, man, I don't know nothing about none of this stuff, man. I just want to go to work, man, and live. Man, I wanted to get the fuck up out of this house now, man, knowing all this shit here going on, man.
I don't blame you.
Shit, man.
Dane, do you go by any nicknames or anything like that?
No.
No? It's just Dane?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just describe?
I don't know, man. I can't describe nothing. What I see, that's it. That's all I know.
Nothing weird stands out about him or anything like that?
He look weird. Shit, ain't no joke. I'm just saying.
No, yeah, I get you. I get you. You ever known a gun or anything at the house? You ever talk about a gun at the house or anything like that? No? Did you ever talk about his former roommate, Henry?
Man, you tell me a story about that dog supposed to be Henry, so that's all I know.
That's it? He's not talking about anything?
Man, I don't be trying to hear nothing that man. All I do is go to work and go to that room in the back.
I got you.
That's it.
I got you. Does your wife talk to him more than you do?
Well, she knew him before I did.
Okay. Okay. So he hasn't mentioned, because I guess, so the room that you're in, that was his old room.
I heard it. He used to sleep in that room.
Yeah. When you got there, was there anything in that room?
There was a bed in that room. We took that out and put our bed in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was it though, just a bed? No clothes or boxes or anything? Do you know when that stuff got moved out, or?
We moved the bed out to put our stuff in.
No, I mean the stuff that was in the room that he had in the room.
When it was moved out?
Yeah, do you know, did he ever talk about? No, I'm saying that his clothes and all that stuff. Talked about when it was moved out or anything like that.
You just know when you went in there, it was just an empty room with a mattress.
That bed,
How often do you talk with him at work? Yeah.
And not much, because he get on my fucking nerves at work. Get on my nerves, and that's why I come in and go straight to that damn room and talk too fucking much.
What does he do? He's just talking. He is a talker, man. I agree with you on that. He likes to talk. Does he ever say anything? Like anything that makes you mad or anything like that?
Yeah, a lot. That's why I don't like to talk to him. I kind of feel like he racist.
You feel like he's racist?
Yes, I do.
Has he ever said anything in particular, or just the vibe?
Shit that come out his mouth, I kind of read in between the lines. That's why another reason why I just come in there and go straight to
I got
that
you.
back of the room.
Yeah, I get you. You got anything, mate?
Does mention like the stuff in the garage belonging to the old roommate, or do you say
He's saying some of the stuff in there belonged to him. I think most of that stuff in there now, besides all that motor, might be our stuff, because we moved it in there from moving from where we moved from.
Yeah.
So if we had to look in one part of the garage for the old roommate stuff,
Pretty much, I see like the left side, mostly be our stuff, like clothes.
Like if I'm looking at it, the left side?
Yeah.
Okay. So the right side would be where?
Be whatever his or whoever else stuff in there. I don't know.
So your wife told us that Yeah. Did he talk about that car at all when he bought it?
No.
No.
But having problems with it, that's it.
Like what?
Like a transmission problem with somebody he had to fix the other day.
I gotcha. He didn't talk about any stuff that was in it or anything like that? Okay. And he's up there Monday through Friday?
I think he up there now.
He's up there now. Okay. Regardless, man, what I'm gonna do is if I can't get you out of here in time, I'll give him a call, let him know everything's cool, you're not in trouble or anything like that, and we'll get you there as soon as we can. But
you know your work number?
No, I don't.
What's the address of my dog? We're just in the street, so we know which one.
It's okay. It's on. She can better tell you. Them two can better tell you than I can. The last I just started.
I got you.
Is it the one past I-10?
Yeah, you go past.
Yeah, it goes. Okay.
You know what? Just a matter of fact, it's a little bit down from Crystal Cream.
Okay. I think I know what you're talking
about. Do you ever see any other vehicles here besides, I know that truck's been here for about a week.
His brother.
His brother?
Yeah.
How often does his brother stop by?
Not often. I haven't seen him here just twice. Since I've been here twice, that's it. I don't know, after I leave and go to work, I don't know where he'll be here.
Is that the only other one you've seen is his brother?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear him and his brother have any conversations or anything like that?
I tell you again, Bob, man, I do not be trying to get in their stuff.
Yeah.
I do not get in their stuff.
I got you. That's the best way to be.
Yeah, stay out of shit. Yeah. There's enough going on in my life, man, to worry about that man and now.
Yeah. You like someone that can be involved in something like this?
No, not really. I say he's just a weird looking motherfucker. No lie, I don't know what the hell he's doing, man. All I know now, I want to get the fuck up out of his house now, man.
Yeah, I got you, man.
Time for the crazy shit.
So I want to make sure before we get done talking, man. I just want to make sure that he has never talked to you about his old roommate Henry.
No.
Not about what happened, what he's involved in, or anything like that.
Henry was a big black guy. That's it.
Yeah, that's all you've heard. Has he ever talked about Jack's Beach or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And then obviously you know who Mario is from.
Yeah, from working on that, throwing the tile on the floor in there.
Yeah. I just want to make sure one more time before we're done here, the whole lease thing and being torn up and all that nothing stood out about that to you that was strange. You didn't overhear a conversation being had between.
It was strange, but no, I ain't heard. No.
Okay.
Well, obviously you didn't sign the lease. Did Mario ever come back and ask for the lease, or?
When it came, like I said, when I had the conversation with Mario, he was in he told me to bring him the papers. I brought him the papers. I went back to their room and came back out later because, like, got to go to work. He told me, Mario tore up the papers and said, man, y'all ain't got to worry about it. That's it.
He ever talked about a guy? Anything?
Boss man. I don't know.
I get you. I still got to ask.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I got to ask.
Yeah, I understand. I don't know nothing about nothing.
What you got, Mick?
If you mentioned something after today, would you obviously this is going to be something that might get discussed later on once we leave. Do you feel comfortable talking to us about any conversation you have with Jerry?
I don't feel comfortable about talking to the law enforcement, period. That's why I try to keep myself out of the situation. And me, I'm trying to avoid him even more now. I don't want to hear nothing come out of his mouth because I don't want to be in these situations. I hear what you're saying. Yes, sir. Yes, I will. But I'm not trying to hear nothing from him. I don't want to see his ass right now.
And I can appreciate that and understand it. We're still responsible.
Yes, sir.
For this, and playing one person like saw her dad get murdered. Okay, so that's a very serious thing. That sometimes we have to do things outside of you wouldn't feel comfortable talking about it, but if you think about that, like, okay, that's my motivation to get to it and have a sit-down conversation with them one way or another about, what you might know about it. If you wouldn't pass that on to us, we appreciate it. Okay.
Yes.
You good? In the interview, 11:09. I'm Detective Lamont with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
I'm Mick Stingle with ATF. It is October 6th. Time is 10:39.
All right, and we are currently speaking with
Devin Hightower.
So listen, man. Here's the deal. Basically, today a search warrant was conducted on this house because of involvement with a murder investigation that we're working at Jax Beach. Okay. Obviously, you were here, so that's why we're here talking to you. You're not in any trouble or anything like that.
Can I get these off respectfully asking?
Why don't we wait till we get out of here,
gotcha.
and then we'll get you covered from there. So, real quick, what's your first name?
Devin, D-E-V-I-N.
Okay, and what's your last name?
Hightower, H-I-G-H-T-O-W-E-R.
Okay, what's your date of birth?
12/5/87.
Okay. All right. So let's just start out with how long you've been living here.
In my truck, probably a total of 3 weeks, maybe a month.
3 weeks. And you're living in your truck in the driveway?
Well, this is only like the second or third night in their driveway.
Okay. Where were you at before that?
Pilot, Planet Fitness.
Okay, so you've been bouncing around.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the agreement?
There wasn't really. I just my first day. You need a safe place to stay. Just you pull up. He wanted me to pull back there, but the fence is all knocked down. And I got tires I don't want to pop.
I got you. And so you just stay here in the driveway?
And there was no agreement. Yeah.
So you're not paying him rent or anything like that. He's just letting you stay. How long have you?
He was off the last 3 days, but I've kind of been over here in the evening, so probably like a week and a half. Ever since I gone to the casket store, it hasn't been long, like a week,
so
maybe.
A week and a half. What kind of guy is like, man?
Oh, he's an alcoholic. I know that. And he talks too much when he drinks, but undercover racist probably, but he's still cool. He's still cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say nothing negative. I'm not sleeping in a parking lot.
Yeah, no, I hear you. What kind of conversations have y'all had?
Usually I'm just trying to talk to Dane and Norma while he's pissed drunk in the living room, so it's really conversations with them two more than him.
Mm-hmm. Have y'all ever had you and Norma and Dane, have y'all had any kind of conversations about
I mean, not full on details, but yeah, I mean, Dane and Norma need out of that house.
What's going on?
Nothing that I know of. Just Dane's a man of color.
Mm-hmm.
He might be undercover racist. He's just doing things that piss off Dane.
Like what?
Just some sort of not black shows, but like racist type stuff come up on the TV right before he walks into the house.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know what's really going on. We don't even talk about it at work because it's not a work thing, but just here and there. And then he's around a lot, so I really don't hear a lot of shit.
Okay. Ever talked about the gentleman that used to live here?
I didn't know anything about it until, I guess, Jack's Beach cop talked to him. which I don't know who that was, but okay. And he said that this is something about a murder case. So that's the first time I ever heard about it, really, a roommate or whatever it was back whenever all this shit started.
Mm-hmm. So he hasn't talked about his roommate prior to.
If he did, he didn't do it to me. Okay. I don't know anything about it.
Have you ever met the landlord that owns this place?
No, I haven't. But I've heard that Norma's pretty cool with the landlord. I heard
Norma is.
Yeah, at least that's what she said yesterday when they were talking, or maybe a couple of days ago when we were cruising to town after work, 3-4 in the morning, and I tell you the truth, I don't know what to say because I don't know this spot really.
Mm-hmm. I got you. Has you ever talked about any kind of vehicles like a blue F-150 or anything like that?
No, just that car right there.
Just the red one?
Yeah.
So nothing ever about any kind of other vehicles, Grand Marquis or blue F-150 or anything? No. Has he ever talked about having a gun in the house or anything?
I'm not even sure if he's even allowed to have any, so I don't know anything about a gun in the house.
Okay. So obviously when we walk up to the front door, we notice that there's a pipe and a lighter on the ground right there by his car. Do you notice whose pipe or lighter that is?
It's that my DNA ain't on that because I know that makes it look me suspicious, but I don't know anything about that.
Do you know whose it is?
No.
Okay.
It definitely ain't Dane's and it definitely ain't hers, so it's got.
Why do you say it's definitely not theirs?
Oh, well, I don't ever see them. You talking about like a marijuana pipe?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You smoke all kinds of stuff through it.
Oh, yeah, I don't know anything about anything else.
What do you know about?
Oh, I smoke weed, so it's a common thing, so I don't know if they smoke weed, but.
Have you ever seen smoke weed or anything else?
Yeah, just weed, nothing else.
Okay. Where does he usually smoke at?
I haven't seen him take anything, but there was a blue straw, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, and that's his house. And we just got back to the house from work that day, so it had to have been.
Yeah, where was it at?
That I think it's an octagon brown table.
Mm-hmm.
That's in the living room.
Did it look like he was doing anything?
There was something on it, but
some residue.
Yeah.
I got you. Have you seen anybody since you've been here going in there into the garage, going through anything?
That garage is usually already closed when we come up, so that's the first time I've seen it open.
Okay, so you've never been in the garage or anything like that?
Well, I was in their room that's in the back of the garage, or however it's situated, but I was in their room last night, and that was about it. I haven't been in the garage. Okay. It's the garage itself.
All right. You got any questions, Mike?
Has anyone else come over to visit?
If it was, well, he said something about his brother came over like 2 or 3 days ago on one of his off days. But other than that, I wasn't here, so while I've been here, ain't nobody really visited here.
Let's see here.
What was found in the garage?
Just wondering if you've seen anything we're looking for, man, that's all.
I'm in a fucked up situation here.
No, like I said, you're not in trouble, man. I'm just talking right now.
I think I'm good.
You good?
I think I covered everything.
I know you haven't been here long, man. You haven't known long. Has he ever said anything that stood out to you? Something that sounds strange, or?
When he's drunk, with nothing over the, I guess, like, nothing like illegal type shit.
What kind of weird stuff does he say?
Oh, he just thinks he knows all about everything. And it's just like some weird facts type shit. Especially when he's drunk.
Yeah, I think we all know something.
He's a philosopher when he's drunk?
Yeah.
Okay. He's got the answer for everything.
And you might smell alcohol in his breath now. I don't know how long he's been up. I guess y'all just woke him up as well. I don't know.
Does he pretty much drink all the time when he's not at work?
From what I understand, yeah.
Have you ever rode in his car or anything like that?
I sat in it on break at work one day because she pulled up, and it was actually, I think it was like 2 days ago, because he's going back to work today for the first time in 3 days. So I never rode in his car, no.
I got you. When you were sitting in it, did you see anything?
Just a bunch of receipts from... Yep, that's all he does, because he definitely doesn't clean.
Noticed.
Yeah, I can tell.
I mean, does he go when he's off? What does he spend his off time doing?
The only thing I know is drinking and sitting in the recliner.
Doesn't go anywhere or anything like that.
I can't. I don't know how to answer that one.
Okay.
He definitely didn't go anywhere last night because he was asleep when we got into the house from work. Actually, from work. And
where do you work, by the way?
I work at... Yeah, it's a crappy little job, man. I'm used to my architecture shit.
What would you do with architecture?
Drafting.
Oh, really?
And I have a phlebotomist certificate too.
Really?
Women will fuck your life up, though.
Yeah, no, that's truth, man. Truth. All right, man. Well, I don't think I have any more questions. You don't have any more, man? No, okay, good. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna get you back over there, and let me get you out of here as soon as possible. All right. End the interview. 10:57.
This is Christina Stifler with the State Attorney's Office. Today's
Stranger and stranger, right? I'm starting to believe, like you, Megan Els, that I think Shelley and Sterling were in on this from the start. I think this whole Mario thing, which makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised I wonder if they're still looking into Shelley and Sterling. This could be another Adelson type thing. I think Shelley knows way more than anybody's saying. Let me stay here for a second. So that was Dane, Elizabeth we heard, and Devin. Okay. All right. Put this down. Try to get something over here. I think Mrs. Stamps wanted the kids and doesn't care what happened. Well, I think she cares what happened to her daughter, but I think it's like an Adelson thing. You know, they think they're going. There's. I don't understand. There's stuff that doesn't make sense at all. At all. Okay, let's see here. Where the freak am I over here? Let me go. Here. This is my Evans and Jared. Okay, let's see what we got here. Jared. Is PNC Bank. This is for Henry Tenon. Let's see. Chevron, Circle K, Walmart, and a $350 ATM withdrawal on June 6th. daily balance 379. On June 6th, he had 852.59 in there. Deposit, let's see. Provisional credit dispute. Okay, he had deposit on 6/10, reverse ACH debit 254.11, deposit 480.75, online transfer form 77, $119.90, debit card purchase, auto transport, there's 6/8, Boost Mobile $100, Advance America. What is Advance America? That's some kind of insurance. Quate Ambetter, a web payment, Credit One Bank, direct payment, overdraft fee, overdraft fee, overdraft fee. Boost Mobile, King's Liquor, Circle K, Circle K, 817, Quickway. Wasn't he arrested on, 818 he was arrested. Business name. Here's where he worked, right? Monison Pallets. This is $445 on June 3rd. And then he deposited $400 cash and then the check from the pallet place. Okay. On 6/10/2022, he's getting another check here. That's from the pallet place. Here he's $480 cash, cash in. Pallets again, 324. Mobile deposit. He knew how to do mobile deposit, huh? Cash in. $220. Cash in $180. He's not dealing with any big amounts of money like he got as a hitman. You know what I mean? Whatever he did was probably minimal stuff for them. Let him borrow his truck, let him do this, let him do that. This is not hitman pay. $25. 1995. $25, $100. What is this? Pay to the Order of America. I don't know what that is. That's must be some insurance. Advance America or something, you know. think this is the Visa card dispute, wrong amount charged. Okay. We are delaying the availability of $3,000 from one of your deposits made on the date below. These funds will be available 5 business days. That's the $3,000 check. $329. Overdraft fee, monthly service fee. Final dispute credit, provisional dispute pending. Look at these overdraft fees. Oh my gosh. Purchase at McDonald's. ATM withdrawal $43, ATM withdrawal $3, ATM balance inquiry fee. Look at this. Before 3.8, he had a $3 in his account. So you trying to tell me this man is the hitman that killed a man on February 16th, didn't get any money, had $3 in his freaking bank account, but killed some man? Get out of here. Not you guys. You know what I'm saying. Get out of here. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous to think this is a hitman. Shelley and Sterling, cut it out. This is not a hitman, okay? He had no money in his account. He was just going to kill some guy, right? Put his whole life on the line. Kill some guy and then not even get paid. Have $3 in his checking account after he killed somebody, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That I believe. Believing that one not. Okay. I thought the sound was off. What are you talking about? I'm pretty low? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me... Really? Hold on. Hold on. Here, let me tell it. Is it better now? Hold on a minute. Can you hear better now? How about now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah, well, get out of here. You're telling me this guy that's a hitman has $3 in his account on March 8th? That's almost a month after he's allegedly the hitman to kill somebody, and they haven't paid this guy, and he's got $3 in his bank account? Come on. This is a bunch of crap. It really is a bunch of crap. He's not the hitman. This guy is not the hitman. Yeah, right. Wawa purchases. Come on. This is not the hitman. Sorry, Shelley and Sterling and Shanna and Mario. Good one, but this is not your hitman. This is the fall guy. This is the fall guy, not the hitman. This is ridiculous. Yeah, this is not Advance America. Yeah, there's Henry Tenon. Give me a break here. $520, $150. Yeah, this is your hitman. Okay, here's their check from him. $328. Yeah, this is their hitman, right? This is their hitman. They waited till $328 to pay him $3,000. The hitman, landscaping and cleaning. Yep. Henry Tenon. Keeping up with the rest, with the roof or something. $3,000. $6,000. And then on April 4th, $5,000. I thought they said 2,000 and 3,000. Oh, that is 2,000. I'm sorry. 2,000, 3,000. It's 10,000 altogether. Yeah, right. But they waited until he had $3 in his freaking account. Come on. This is so dumb. Yeah, they might have done, that's probably for the use of his truck, and then they had to make him put his truck away, so they probably gave him the money so he could get another vehicle. I do not believe he was the hitman. No way, no how. I heard him on the phone. I've seen him in the interviews. This man did not shoot him. There's his palette stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's ridiculous. 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 Now, let me see something else here. When are they going to start looking into Shelley and Sterling? Is this a joke? Okay, let me see here. This is Kirsten. She's suing Shanna, Mario, and Henry Tenon for, I guess, wrongful death. Law enforcement confirmed Tenon's DNA is on a tire. Of course it's on a tire. It was his tire. That doesn't mean that he pulled the trigger either. This is such a farce. Such a farce. Let's see, how much is she asking for here? Wrongful death. How much? $90,000. On October 18th, defendant Saldana sold that 523. Look at that. Right after they, listen to me, right after they were interviewing those people, Saldana sold that property. October 18th, Saldana sold it for $90,000. That's the rental property. Saldana's proceeds from the sale were transferred to family members directly to accounts under family members' control to unknown trust accounts, unknown LLC or other business accounts. Let's see here. What about Gardner? The transfer of assets were fraudulent because Gardner and Saldana individually and together caused and approved the transfers with actual intent to hinder, delay, or defraud creditors. Okay, well, what about her trust fund? The plaintiff demands a trial by jury. Okay. application. I really have that. Binder scanned. Documents in support of the prosecution. Let's see. Obtained for evidence, okay. Oh, this stuff isn't loaded in yet. Hold on. Property stuff, what is this? Just all their evidence, I think. All the DNA, okay. Got to that. We've gone through that. First Choice Home Rentals, here's their real estate. Owner, Mario Fernandez, Shanna Gardner. Yeah, why is he talking to her sister and everything, huh? What's going on? And Sterling, why is he talking to Sterling? Right? Okay, she's got 3,800 here. Balance at where's she? It's 5,000. Ending balance 3,731. Ending balance now is getting bigger, right? 10,000 she's got there. Business checking. Beach Baked, that's that company she has, I think, for the cookie. You've got orders. Construction, $16,300. Siding repairs. What the heck is this? Tri-H Construction. 4/25/2021. $16,300. Siding repairs. 2521 White House Road E. What's that about? Tri-H Construction LLC, $2,573. Siding and electrical. Where? That's strange. Somebody they're laundering money or something. I don't know what the heck is going on here. Mario. Transfer to checking. 90. He has got $90,000 in there. Everyday checking, and the savings got 17,000. 49,000. What's going on? Beginning balance 90,000. Now he's taking some money out. 7,500. Transfer to shares. Now he's at 71. What are you doing here, Mario? What is Mario doing here? Oh boy. 188,000. 57. How many different accounts are these? Savings, trust, savings. 55, 57, 11. What the heck? I don't know these people. These people are up to dirty, dirty things. Very dirty things. Entered a plea of guilty to the crime of driving while license suspended. Fingerprints. I still have to read that report from when he was supposedly they put it in with all the discovery. About that report where he said it was false. That's where they found the truck. The spare tire was already lowered, right? I don't know. Tomorrow's another day. I've got to do the word cookie game, and I've got to find out other stuff. Crazy enough to marry her after a month. I don't think he was marrying her. I think it was a business transaction, truthfully. Just a business transaction. Shelley and Sterling wanted kind of, I think it's very Adelson-like. They wanted their grandbabies. They didn't want to deal with any, they had money. Money talks, they think. They're above the law and above everybody else, and now they can play their little stamping game and pretend we're so sweet. That's my opinion, Shelley and Sterling. I mean, I think they just think it's very Adelson-esque. I wonder if Shelley's going to get arrested. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like they're like, I don't know. I do wonder what his life is like. Yeah, like she was so eager. She wanted that other guy. She was giving him money to remain in the Mormon religion, and then all of a sudden she just wants to just leave that? Come on. I don't believe it at all. Generic. Oh, wow. Very good. Very good. Oh, Jean. Generic. Jean. Ring. Okay, ring. Ring around the rosy. Oh, nice. Oh, and nicer. Shoot. See, yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, ride. Oh, there's no D. No D. There's no D. And there's not an extra R. Let's see. Rig. Rig. Yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. Rain, good. Erie Canal. Let's say nope. Try. Genie in a bottle. Very good. Oh, sure. Right, now we just need one more. You guys get it? Oh, let me see. Very good. There we go. Got it. All right, good. We did it. And tomorrow we can come back and do it again, maybe. Right? Please hit the thumbs up if you can. And talk to you guys later on. Look into this case a little more with Sterling and Shelley and see where they're gonna. What about all those other players that are suspects? There were 5. There's only 3 arrested. I think Henry Tenon is the fall guy. But all right, Love you guys. God bless. Prayers. I'll see you tomorrow. Be good. I don't know how to get out of here because I don't know which way it is up here. There we go.